Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you. Turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home, before permission, before approval. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stop begging. We learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all on here. Pull up his mother. Pull up and see the motherfucking listening.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where I born.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues and just fly home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your dues and just fly home. Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy sky with discussing is whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, taking your business, I can just lay on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you, the soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds. We forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears for 100 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, know the skies. The spirits woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We happy. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heart. feet that's been there all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power. Our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the rule, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny, y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi?
Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us. Outside, study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our gift. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging the BA, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us. We need a proof face, the agent type with a prune face. Like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care. Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear, not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundational Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. From the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krummer. We should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Che, and we should be joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. And right now, we're being joined with our Asian ally, Michael. Greetings, Michael, from the Mile High Income. And right when I said that, Shabaka came in.
Yeah, hi, Jesse.
Hey, Shabaka.
Michael, hey, Jesse, what's going on with you? How you doing?
Okay, how about you?
Okay, I can only be with you. Okay, I can only be with you guys a short time tonight. I got appointments in the morning. Okay, alrighty. Yeah, because from what I understand, if I'm reading it right, Che, is that they got more derogatory stuff to say about Karmelo Anthony for defending himself. Then that dude that made Metcalf, or he's making some derogatory comments against black people in general.
Yeah. We're gonna go over that, but I'm just about to do the introduction, Shabaka, so perfect timing. All right, so on this six episode 30 part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is what Shabaka just alluded to. Jeff Metcalf posts racist rant. Karen Hunter condemns Karmelo Anthony. Karmelo Anthony's mom breaks down in tears, says the trial was unfair as the appeal begins. Where was the Democratic Party establishment during the Karmelo Anthony case?
Damn good question.
Did they change the Karmelo Anthony video before trial? Austin Metcalf goes off on Anthony and racist rant, and this is Black Watermelon. Thug, call him a watermelon thug. Then young Miami in hot water over Karmelo Anthony comments. Modern day lynching, Dr. Candace Matthews calls for appeal after Karmelo Anthony sentenced 35 years. Stephen A. Smith speaks on Karmelo Anthony. Jeff Metcalf had this to say about black people. Then Asian boycott, store boycott. Sorry, I'm getting tongue twisted. Asian store boycott. Economic impact and community reactions. The viral boycott that has Asian business owners scared for their future. Exposed business lawsuit listed as Black-Owned to attract black customers. And Trump says,
yeah, they were doing that in 92. Not cutting you off, Jesse, but a lot of them, man, was spraying Black-Owned on those Korean businesses during 1992.
Yeah, so they're back to doing that again, Shabaka, but in the digital sense. Salute, antithesis. Thank you for tapping. And last but not least, Trump, aka the dump, as a human shit, and we want that perfectly clear, says, I love inflation. Comment sparks immediate reaction. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Get the news from a frontline and Black First perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News, one of the first, which was started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. And join us this Tuesday for a brand new episode. Is that still going to go on, Shabaka, or that's just to be announced?
Okay, that's to be announced, is because I said I'm going in for a medical procedure tomorrow, so I don't know how I'm going to come out of it, okay? But however, you are more than welcome, if I'm able, to go ahead and guest host it.
Okay, sounds good, Shabaka. I'll just play it by ear, and please make sure you like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, fam, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News. Frontline Black News 2. Make sure y'all sub to the Frontline Black News 2, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. That's our backup channel. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Chan Kruma. Make sure y'all sub to that so y'all be abreast of what's happening here in Denver politics, Denver in the Royal City council meetings, community events. Like we got Juneteenth coming up, and we live streaming from Juneteenth. And the food bank that I do every Sunday, like I did this Sunday for the past 10 years. Then we got Lady Che's Seduction Doll channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. So Lady Che can start going live on that YouTube channel, Seduction Doll 5991. All these links are in the description. Her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that so she can have more support, more watchers on her show, the RBA, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all check it out. She usually covers topics that we don't get to on Frontline Black News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube again. Then we got our cousin or Lobster out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother Kukizi out the Mile High, Bellside, Montbello to be exact, who came up with the FBA culture reports. Make sure y'all check him out. He's heavy. Kukizi 5100. Then we got my other brother from another mother, Breeze Omega, who's in Virginia by way of Hempstead, Long Island. Make sure y'all check him out. He joined us yesterday. So make sure y'all check him out, Breeze Omega on YouTube. He was live earlier. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who was also live earlier. Our brother from Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. The Jordan Downs to be exact, and is now in Houston, Texas. And yeah, check him out. He's heavy as well. He does similar content to what we do over here. And then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus. We put Lisa Cabrera on. So shout out to Torian. Make sure y'all check him out as well. And then we got our brother Black Alpha Network. Make sure y'all check him out. Our brother Afro Elite. Make sure y'all check him out. I'll be here naming people all night, but just for the term of the description, I'm trying to stick to the description. Then we got our last start, not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And I just played the ad for, so make sure y'all check him out. And the link to submit the B1 Rolodex, the link to submit a business to the B1 Rolodex is in the description. And the link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. Then we got our brother Church's Freedmen Reparations Party merch. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. Long overdue. And that change.org petition is in the description. Then we got Take Action Now. Sister Brooks' call to action. I believe this is last week. This call to action is going to be in effect. So make sure y'all get those emails and letters submitted this week. So you can get that Freedmen's Bureau off the ground in New York State. And get the Freedmen checks to the FBA Freedmen out there in New York. So submit. The link to her call to action is in the description. Shout out to the U.S. Freedmen Project. Make sure y'all check them out. Shout out to Sister Brooke. Shout out to Brother Divine. Shout out to BX. And shout out to Melrose Radio. Then we got the RDAS Act, the Reparations for Descendants of American Slaves Act. Make sure y'all sign that change.org petition. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Make sure y'all donate to that if y'all haven't already. Then we got Standing with our brother Joshua Hart, who's a military veteran. We put hands and feet all over that Nabisco, racist white supremacist, Chud the Bussy, a.k.a. Dalton Eatherly, a.k.a. Chud the Bussy. Make sure y'all donate to our brother Joshua Hart's GoFundMe. I believe he made the goal, but let's just help him get that goal if he hasn't already gotten it. I think it was 300K. Then stop Netflix from releasing the damaging docuseries about Michael Jackson. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for setting up that petition. The link is in the description. Then we got myself, who's a candidate on the ballot for office here in the state of Colorado. Support me, Jesse Paris, for House of Representatives, and Colorado for House District 8. And the link to my website is in the description. Then we got a copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. And all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. He didn't like to be referred to as doctor or any of that. He just wanted to be referred to as a fellow victim of racism and white supremacy, a soldier in the struggle. And he came up with this book called The United Compensatory Code System Concept for Victims of Racism and White Supremacy, a textbook, workbook, and for thought, speech, and/or action for victims of racism and white supremacy. And you can get this book at producejustice.com. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee, comply, and defend yourself in court, also by Nellie Fuller Jr. And he was 95 when he passed away. And that was a year ago, so he would have been 96 this year if he would have lived. ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee, comply, and defend yourself in court, also by Nellie Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists. There's not multiple racisms. There's only one racism, and that is racism, white supremacy. And it is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of a month or two ago. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Let me greet the people that's in here already. I see Antithesis in the building. Salute. I see Twin in the building. Salute. I see Sister Val Hawkins in the building. Salute. I see Michael in the building and in the chat. Salute. And I see Sister Anita Howe in the chat as well. Salute. And anybody that's going to be tapping in and peeking and not speaking. All right, Shabaka. What are your thoughts on the Karmelo Anthony case so far?
Okay, it was a kangaroo court. Mr. Anthony defended himself legally and morally. So on top of it, it's all it is racist white supremacy. You ought to seen the bullshit that has come across my social media pages in regard to the young man. But one thing that these Nabiscos don't want to understand is that a student with a 3.75 grade point average is not going to be going out there getting into criminal activity. You see what I'm saying? He's not going to be going out there starting situations and things of that nature right there. He was just trying to upgrade the quality of his life for the community, for the black community as well. Aaron Metcalf, may rest in piss, and his ass is worm food now, you know. And he brought it on himself.
Yep, he fucked around and found out. Yep. And our
brother big time
sat his ground. He didn't stand his ground. He sat his ground against those Nabiscos that tried to jump him, and he should have got on self-defense. So Professor Black Truth update on the punk ass Metcalf. Jeff Metcalf posts racist rant, and Karen Hunter, who's a feminazi, condemns Karmelo Anthony.
Wow.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure the YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address.
Life is not easy. God doesn't say that. God says there's going to be trials and tribulations. God says there's going to be people out there who will deceive you. People out there, I mean, if we want to go back Old Testament, eye for an eye, Sodom and Gomorrah, turn to stone, man lays with a man, you die. I mean, this is all your personal choices. It's none of my business. I stay in my lane. Just don't come in my lane with your. I respect everyone until they disrespect me.
No, you don't. You need to go take your fat ass out there and get in the gym and lose some of that gut, you raggedy ass.
I've been disrespected by so many people, so many times. Well, I've had to sit here and take it. I'm gonna tell you right now, Charleston White, you think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a and a coward, and you raised one. Kayla, you drunk. What'd you do to that boy to make him stab somebody? My God, what kind of mother are you? Hey, Kevin Hayes, you fucking liar. Day after it happened, how many lies did you sit and type up on your keyboard, you big keyboard warrior? You a big tough man. You still live in Baton Rouge? Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, buddy? You're supposed to find me. I told you we could sit down and talk. That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. He's the only one in your family without a damn record. I guess that's something to brag about in your culture. You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Let me make one up. Y'all can let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you? I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night, because he's going to have many nights to think about what the he did. I forgave him so I don't carry the hate and the anger. So I don't get ate up like cancer and kills you from the inside. It's like me drinking poison and hoping it kills you. It doesn't work that way. You gotta let that stuff go or it will kill you. It will eat you up inside. So when people ask me, how can you forgive him? If I didn't, I would have wound up killing him and going to prison myself. That's how stupid people, when you get irrational, because you can't make a good decision if you're emotional. Emotion and intellect do not mix. If you're emotional, you can't come up with a logical solution.
For those of you fortunate enough not to know, this is Jeff Metcalf. He's the father of the thug Austin Metcalf, who threatened and attacked Karmelo Anthony for no reason, and who the white media took every single opportunity they could to reinforce that he is definitely not racist. And as you can see for yourself, it's true, he's not.
Let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? How about Watermelon Felon?
This is the creep who said that the family of Karmelo Anthony, who his son threatened and assaulted, he said that they and their representatives were race hustlers. And he had the white media repeating and signal boosting that lie, everything that he and his people were saying. Oh, the white media, they want to make it sure this is the good guy here, and not like that Karmelo Anthony guy. You didn't have to kill him. Well, what do you know? It turns out it really was about race all along after all, from his own filthy mouth. Now, this racist diatribe by Jeff Metcalf ought to be front page news everywhere. This should be leading the news with all the white media coverage. But they're not. They didn't mind talking to the family of Karmelo Anthony after the trial, but they don't want to talk to the grieving father, Jeff Metcalf, or Austin's twin. Suddenly, they have no interest in them anymore. Yeah, because talking to them, especially after this, that completely and thoroughly ruins their little slanted message. The entire narrative is blown out of the water. And of course, the online clowns who are supporting them, now they're showing their true colors too. They're like, well, the trial is over. The railroading is done. That phony kangaroo court is now completed. So now that Jeff Metcalf is no longer pretending to be a grieving father, now he's venting his spleen and showing the unvarnished racist that he's always been. Now they can go ahead and say, yeah, that's right. That little N-word, all the rest of it. Yeah, everybody feels emboldened now to show where they really stood. This was about race and nothing else. Keep in mind, this is the guy who the white media's narrative has been that he's nothing more than a humble, grieving father. And yet, after Karmelo Anthony was railroaded by an all-white jury and a malicious prosecutor and a crooked judge, this is what this guy posts immediately afterwards. And this is the mentality that his little thug son had when he threatened and attacked Karmelo Anthony. Like father, like son. This guy actually had the nerve to say, I stay in my lane.
I stay in my lane.
Well, what a shame that he didn't teach his son to do that, or he would still be alive.
I respect everyone.
I respect everyone, he said. Yeah, right before he starts throwing the racial slurs.
Let me make something racist up so y'all can go viral. How about Watermelon Felon?
And since his son threw his own life away, this is what the father decides to do afterwards. Even if I did believe that Jeff Metcalf was a decent person, and he's not, and you didn't have to wait until he posted this racist rant to have figured that one out. But even if you were dumb enough to believe that he was a decent human being, is this how he chooses to remember his son? This is what he chooses to do? Remember, this animal said that he would have killed Karmelo Anthony.
I would have wound up killing him and going to prison myself.
He would have done what his son failed to do is what he's really saying. And this is the creep who ambushed the Anthony family's press conference. Remember that? Oh, but he claimed that he was just there because he wanted to have a conversation. And I told you he was there for the same mess that his son had done. There's clearly a genetic component to all of this. No matter what Jeff Metcalf may now try to tell himself, the facts do not change. If Austin Metcalf had acted like a civilized human being and not a violent punk, he'd still be alive. If Austin Metcalf hadn't threatened violence against Karmelo Anthony, he'd still be alive. If he hadn't stormed over to Karmelo Anthony to get in his face to fight him, he'd still be alive. If Austin Metcalf hadn't attacked Karmelo Anthony, he'd still be alive. If Jeff Metcalf had been a better father and taught his son the principles of manhood instead of teaching him the principles of white privilege, he'd still be alive. This is the truth that Jeff Metcalf is in denial about. That's why he's getting all angry at Karmelo Anthony. He's displacing the fury that he should be pointing at himself. It's the same asinine belligerence we saw in the case of John White, the father of the racist teen punk who Mr. White rightly defended his family against. He was just as immoral and violent as this Jeff Metcalf punk, and the white media also was trying to make a sympathetic figure out of his hateful behavior too. So it doesn't matter if it's a red state or a blue state, it's still the same white racist belligerence. And at no point has Jeff Metcalf ever reflected on how his son behaved that day. And neither Jeff Metcalf nor the white media have ever asked, what could Austin Metcalf have done differently that day? Naturally. And the white media hasn't either, because we all know if Karmelo Anthony had been the one screaming threats at Austin Metcalf, then nobody in the white media or outside of it would be saying a word about, well, why didn't Austin Metcalf just leave? If Karmelo Anthony had been the one to storm up to Austin Metcalf and attack him, nobody would be saying, well, you didn't have to stab him. You certainly didn't have to kill him. They wouldn't be saying that. They said, what choice did he have? If Austin Metcalf had been the one who just stood there while Karmelo Anthony was yelling threats at him, got in his face and attacked him, nobody would be saying a word. It would be self-defense, stand your ground. That's all we would be hearing. There would have been absolutely no charges. The white media would be doing everything they could to dig up any dirt they could on the deceased Karmelo. Everyone in school would be questioned by the white media. Hey, do you have anything disparaging you want to say about him so we can publicize that? That's what they would be doing. If the racial roles had been reversed, this would have been a story about self-defense, clear and simple. That's it. But since it was a black child defending himself against this overgrown thug, they pushed the same narrative because the way the white media reports on a story isn't based on the facts or the law. It's based on the color of whomever they're talking about. If you're black, well, you're the bad guy no matter what. It doesn't matter if you're the one who's killed. It's always justified to harm a black person. Certainly black children. It's always justified to kill a black child. That's not a crime. And racist pukes like Jeff Metcalf, they know this. They rely on it. That's why he feels emboldened to spew his racism now. The same way he felt emboldened to barge his way into the Anthony family's press conference. He wasn't worried about being arrested no matter what he did. His white skin color gives him immunity from law, and he knows that. He wasn't worried that a judge on the case was going to say, wait a minute here, we got a trial pending and this is what you do? We're going to find you in contempt or something. He wasn't worried about that at all. Of course, the same white media whores who are supporting this creep, they've suddenly lost their tongues when it comes to their website access now that he's done this. Oh, all of a sudden they can't report on this now. That's why the black media is doing it. All those white media outlets who are bigging him up, they're silent now. But in case anybody still wanted to be in denial and pretend as if they didn't know, well, you got the racist scumbag Jeff Metcalf, who's removing all doubt, if there was any, that yeah, this was racial from the very beginning. You better believe this is exactly what he and the prosecutor and the judge, when these white folks talk to each other off camera behind the scenes, this is exactly what they were talking about. We're going to lynch this nigger. You make sure that you get him as much time as possible. There's no right of self-defense for no black person. That's what it is. No, Karmelo Anthony was not the felon. It was Austin Metcalf who was acting like a criminal, and his father shows exactly where he got it from. This is a direct window into the mentality of Austin Metcalf. This is the sick, perverted, racist mind that shaped him, and that's the reason why he felt that he could go ahead and attack somebody in public. Why not? He's got his father who taught him that's the way that you behave, as if he somehow thought that he was the boss of a freaking track field. Who the hell made him in charge? This 17-year-old violent punk. Who put him in charge? No, somebody taught him that he had racial privilege and that his skin color meant that he was in charge. And what he found out was his father had lied to him. That's what he found out. And yet, you got some idiots out here, some sorry Negroes who are cheerleading for the scum of the earth like Jeff Metcalf, and they're agreeing that, yeah, Karmelo Anthony, he should have gone to prison. Yeah, he should have gone to prison.
Karmelo Anthony was accepted to college. He was a young man that had a future. I'm not saying he should have done no jail time. I'm not saying he should not have been convicted of manslaughter or something. I'm saying 35 years. Which is a life, because his life is forever changed. The trajectory of this life of Karmelo Anthony is forever changed.
That was a clip from Karen Hunter's radio show. She's sitting here saying that Karmelo Anthony should have been convicted of something. Oh, this is the way that she sticks up for the Black right of self-defense. But I say, oh, well, maybe 35 years was a tad bit harsh. He should have at least gotten 10 or so. Because that's what manslaughter would have equated to, especially for a Black person in Texas. I've never mentioned this heifer's name in the almost 20 years that I've been posting content on this platform. You've never heard me say the name Karen Hunter. Not even once in nearly 20 years have I mentioned her name, not even to attack her. And one of the things that you should have picked up by now is, if you don't hear me saying somebody's name, well, that's saying something. Karen Hunter is trash. She's walking garbage, always has been, always will be. She's just another one of these shea butter feminists. That's all she's ever been. She, or should I say it, belongs in the same category as a Larry Elder, a Jesse Lee Peterson, or a Candace Owens. Oh, but Karen Hunter, she's not like them. After all, she's not some conservative, right? I mean, she's a Black feminist of the left. I mean, she's not some Black right-winger looking to get some butter biscuits from Fox News, right? She's different. She's better than that, right? And yet you got this heifer working for the white media, just like the breakfast schlubs and the rest of the trash. And yes, she sells the exact same soap. And when it comes to Black people, you better understand, there is no conservative or liberal. It's just anti-Black, including these Negro sock puppets who the white media puts on. Because one thing's for sure, she damn sure wouldn't have a radio show anywhere if she wasn't saying the kind of garbage that she was saying. This is why the white media gave her that platform, because they already knew what she was going to say, and this is exactly what she believes. She's always believed this. They gave her a platform precisely because she knows where her job is. It's to be the bootlick who the gullible and the stupid will see as being a valid Black voice. And I'm not naive enough to think that not a few of you have actually been listening to her and thinking that she was something good to eat. If you have an IQ higher than your shoe size, you should have seen through this woman right from the very beginning. This is the problem with the Black feminists, by the way. They only care about Black as it pertains to themselves personally, or at the very most, they only care about how it affects Black women vis-a-vis white society, because that's what the Black feminist wants to be part of. The Karen Hunters out there, they have as much contempt and hatred and vitriol for Black men as the likes of, say, Vivica Fox. Remember when Vivica and her pals were online and they were saying that Black women can't be lumped in with the Black community? Why, Black women have concerns and interests that are separate and different and apart from Black society, by which she meant Black men. This is why white power has always loved feminists. Anyone stupid enough to think that their gender trumps their race under white supremacy is somebody dumb enough to believe the white society's narrative. White women were part of the feminist movement. They led the charge on it. But as soon as their interests as white people were challenged, they dropped that feminist crap. Donald Trump was caught on audio saying that he grabbed women by their genitals, and by women he meant white women. He dang sure didn't deny it, and yet those exact same white women in America, they voted for Trump 3 times. After they had heard that this man was a serial sexual offender. They were not trying to separate themselves from white society, i.e. white men. Sure, a number of them bristle at their place in white society, but when their white privilege seems to be challenged, they told those feminists where they could go. That's what white women did. Even after the Supreme Court that Trump put on the bench overturned Roe v. Wade, and after white women in red states eagerly took to the polls for those state referendums to legalize abortion in their states, those same white women in 2024 turned right around and voted for the very white man who tried to criminalize abortion in the first place. So no, as white women understand it, their gender does not trump their race. They understand that their position in society is not based on being women, it's based on being white. And they have no confusion about that. But the Karen Hunters of the world, they go through life willfully ignorant and gleefully stupid. This is somebody who a lot of you have been listening to. I have no illusions about that. So the folks in my comments section and folks online who were bigging her up and supporting her and patting her on the back, and well, you were going, well, let me go ahead and repost some of the stuff that she says. Don't stop now. This is your heroine. Hey, she speaks what you're thinking, right? You've never heard me mention her name before. Now you see why. You could smell the absolute bootlicking stench on her from a mile away. Karen Hunter is one of these black feminists. And that means that she wants to identify with white society, so she hates black men. That's what it is. She agrees that an innocent teenage boy who was being threatened and physically attacked, that he should have been put in prison. Well, maybe not for 35 years, but he should have done some time. Now, how the hell is that different than the racist scumbag Hunter Metcalf? He should go to prison for lawfully defending himself? He goes to a high school event. Some punk is threatening him and then attacks him. He defends himself. Well, he's got to do time for that. What about self-defense? Oh, that's not self-defense. So he has an obligation to get into fist fights at school? Really? He has an obligation to fight somebody? No, the law does not say that if you're threatened, you have an obligation to fight the other party. The law, however, does say that you have no right to threaten someone. That is a criminal offense. The law does not say that you have an obligation to flee from a sporting venue if somebody threatens you. The law, however, does say that you got a right to stand your ground. That's the law. But of course, we know that we don't live under the rule of law. We live under the rule of men, white men in this case, otherwise known as white supremacy. And Karen Hunter is a shameless, feckless apologist for it. How the hell do you sit here saying that a child defending himself from an overgrown violent thug, that he need to be convicted at least of manslaughter or something? That's what Karen Hunter really believes. Oh, but she knows that the poor, sad, brain-addled fools who are dumb enough to listen to her, well, she knows that they don't like that, so she's got to go ahead and gild the lily a little bit. She's got to go ahead and sprinkle a little sugar on the crap that she's slinging. So she has to say, well, I don't understand. He had such a bright future. But still, he should have gotten manslaughter or something.
Hey, Jesse,
Really?
I'll see you later.
She has as much contempt for that boy and his rights as trash like Hunter Metcalf. See, this is the entire problem.
Yeah,
Because if
that's
Karen
what I'm
Hunter had
wondering.
been on that jury, she's telling you, yeah, I would have convicted him of manslaughter. Oh, he still would have gone to prison. It wouldn't have been for 35 years, perhaps, but he still would have gone to prison. He had no right to defend himself, because that's what she really wanted to say. Well, he had no right to defend himself. Why didn't he just run? That's Karen Hunter, garbage with feet. Karmelo Anthony was sitting there minding his own business. He broke no laws. He did nothing wrong. Austin Metcalf, on the other hand, he broke the laws the moment that he began threatening him for no reason. Making threats, he comes down and comes over to fight and attack this kid. And at that point, Karmelo Anthony defended himself as he had every right to do. When you attack somebody, you don't get to say, oh, well, there should be limits when it comes to how you defend yourself. No, there should be limits to whether or not you decide that you're going to violently accost somebody. Once you get in somebody's face and once you put your hands on them, you cannot dictate consequences. That's why the law says don't do it. And if Austin Metcalf had merely obeyed the law like everybody else there at the track meet did, then he would still be alive today. Austin Metcalf's behavior is to blame for what happened, and his father is to blame for his behavior. Don't let anyone tell you that black people have no right to defend themselves, especially black children. Seeing all kinds of sick stories about black children being murdered by their non-black classmates, and nobody does anything about that. In fact, they let these criminals go. Black children being killed by other children who are non-black, and that's not a crime. Because you see, that's what Karen Hunter is actually doing. This is meant to actually appeal to a non-black audience. That's who this message is actually meant to reach. So I guess she's hoping to get herself some appearances on TV. Maybe she's got some crappy book that she's trying to pimp to the public. Whenever you listen to wannabe bedwenches like Karen Hunter, you empower them. And a lot of you have been listening to her. A number of you have been reposting her asinine rantings. And when you do that, you help to legitimize her. So when white supremacy is on the march and black children are being threatened and attacked in public, Karen Hunter takes the side of the attackers. She takes the side of the Jeff Metcalfs of this world. She takes the side of white supremacy. And had that been your black child who Austin Metcalf had threatened and attacked that day, and if it was your child who was left with no choice but to defend themselves, Karen Hunter would be saying the exact same thing. Well, maybe not if it was a black girl who had done it. Maybe then she discovered common sense, but only because she's fighting some stupid gender war against black males, against half black society, which I think it's safe to say she doesn't even consider herself to be part of. She said it herself. The jury for the Karmelo Anthony trial was clearly nothing more than a white supremacist rubber stamp committee. This was a blatant, egregious example of jury nullification. They did not weigh the evidence because the evidence was completely and thoroughly against their racist biases and prejudices. They were there just simply to rubber stamp a conviction, and that's what they did. And she told you, you heard it yourself, had she been there, she would have gone right along with it. Are you really stupid enough to believe that if you had these white people in there who Karen Hunter wants to get money from and wants to get a job from, and if they said that nigger needs to go away for 35 years, you think that it would be a stretch for her to go from manslaughter to, okay, 35 years? Because that's the pathetic mentality of the Karen Hunters of this world. In their minds, such as they are, there's a lot less distance between manslaughter and 35 years than there is between manslaughter and acquittal. And you better believe, had she been in that jury room as one of the jurors, that's what she would have done. She would have gone ahead and said, okay, 35 years indeed. You already heard it herself. She said, yeah, he should have been convicted. There's not much room to go from manslaughter to 35 years or even life. She'd have gone along with it. A conviction's a conviction. Prison time is prison time as she sees it. Had she been on that jury, she would have put on her mammy apron and her Hattie B. McDaniel headscarf, and she would have played the mammy role to a T. So for those of you who say that the solution here is just to put more black people on juries, we got to go deeper than that, family. There has to be at least 4 or so minimum on a jury, because as I've told you before, there's a psychology that goes along with the jury's composition. A Karen Hunter will feel emboldened if it's just hers of the one pathetic bootlick in a room full of white supremacists. She knows that those white jurors would cover for her, so she would feel emboldened. Okay, yeah, let's put them away, and y'all ain't gonna tell me, right? But when there's some black folks in the room, especially if there's some black folks who are on code, oh, she'll start to feel a little bit nervous. All of a sudden, she's gonna be feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Some of them, they might recognize me. Yeah, only if they got no lives. And they might tell people, oh, Karen Hunter, she was in there going along with it. She was in there saying that he should have been convicted, saying he should have got some prison time. Oh, she'd be thinking twice about that if there were some black folks other than herself in that room. So I hope that any of you Karen Hunter fans out there who just so happen to listen to me, I hope you guys are not going to start getting anonymous now. I hope you guys aren't going to suddenly start saying, oh, well, I was never with her in the first place. Nah, this is your girl. You better go ahead and stick up for her. Why stop now? She sounds just like every white right-wing nut you ever heard. Because the sad truth is the bootlick, these guys are on a suicide mission. They're kamikazes, and they're determined to take the rest of us down with them. As you see, even at the cost of a black child's life. As far as she's concerned, oh, no. I am going to be loyal to this mission. Because I need those crumbs. I need those butter biscuit crumbs. This is the entire problem with the bootlicks and the intersectionalists and all these clowns who are sitting here trying to fly all these different flags. Yeah, when they try to get away from being just black, this is what you get. Because their goal is not to be black, period. And you can tell by the way this woman talks. Clearly, she's looking for a job on NPR or something. This is the kind of garbage that they teach in communication school. That's the kind of shit that she's trying to do. Look, I am speaking like this because I am the most reasonable person in the room, and hopefully some white television executive or somebody in a larger market is going to see about giving me a job and a contract. I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to soft speak my way to riches, and I'm going to do it over the dead bodies of black children, preferably black males. And that's because she considers herself to be a feminist first. So far as she's concerned, her identity is, I hate black men. And her utter hatred and irrepressible contempt for black men is so overwhelming that even in this case that endangers all black people, she'll be glad to say, oh, no, there's no black right to self-defense. He should have gotten manslaughter or something. She will go ahead and reinforce that phony white racist narrative because as far as she's concerned, well, it's only a black male we're talking about here. I mean, it's not like I'm one of them. I don't really have anything in common with them. She looks at the Hunter Metcalfs. That's who she thinks she has something in common with. Because Hunter Metcalf looks a lot more like the white males who gave her little radio job, or who she looks to for a book deal, or who she has to talk to if she wants to get an appearance on television or something. That looks more like the kind of people she wants to be close to. The bootlicks are the enemy within. So when you're listening to the Karen Hunters and you're reposting their gibberish, that is not some victimless crime. All you idiots who listen to her and you've been reposting her crap and praising her, this is what you were praising. So take a bow. You would never see some white female mouthpiece in the white media doing what this Hunter creep did. How can someone who pretends to speak up for Black people's viewpoint fly right in the face of it? Why would she defend the criminalization of Black self-defense? How does someone like that live with herself? Well, I guess it does make a kind of sense. Her name is Karen, after all. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Cornell Sly, Jesse Gibson, Aaron Ray, Abram Pruitt, and Wahib Abdul. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yeah, I thought for a fact he was going to say my name.
Well,
all right. So go ahead, Shabaka. Well, actually, let's have Michael go first, because go ahead, Michael. On your way out, what is your thoughts on what the good Professor Black Truth just laid out about Jeff Metcalf and Karen Hunter?
Yeah, so Professor True is definitely telling the truth, 100%. And the kangaroo court is, pretty much the same. It's always anti-Black racism with white jurors, and it's never really based on merits. And Metcalf's father contradicts himself, because white people have never respected FBAs, and I noticed that white people always teach their children to be aggressive, and not understanding that there's more than just being aggressive. There's a such thing called as being a human being or humanity.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So I had to leave a little early. I have something early in the morning.
Yeah. Okay, Michael. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming on with us, Michael. Okay, and it's always a pleasure having Michael, and then also too, Brother Chang. Metcalf ordered this, okay, because I've been arguing with idiots on social media all daggone day today. You know what I mean? And then two is just to show you the ethos in America, which is anti-Black. You see what I'm saying? Period. Okay, not getting off topic right here, but I saw earlier on CNN, where they did a special on Donner Pass. Okay, you familiar with Donner Pass? You've been through it. I've been through it many times. Yes, sir.
You are getting topic.
Okay, no, but I was just going to show is just the the white supremacy aspect of it all, which is the overall ethos of this country. And in regard to Karmelo Anthony, that's what he was a victim of, as you so well say, racist white supremacy. You see what I mean? And then, look at all the inventions we gave this country. Look at all the inventions that we have given the world. But this man was a 3.75 GP. Yeah. So he was basically an A student for all practical purposes. Okay. A person, often to that level of academics, Brother Che, that deep off into it, would not be in a thug life. He would not be in what they would call being part of a criminal element. Okay. That young man, he was threatened, he was attacked, and he defended himself. You see what I'm saying? And then all these people out here about stand your ground law and all that. Oh, but it was only good for Zimmerman when he killed Trayvon Martin. You see what I'm saying? And just like those cops in Buffalo, to kill the little boy with a toy gun. Okay, just like what they did to Eric Gardner. You see what I'm saying?
That was in Cleveland, Ohio, and that was Tamir Rice.
Yeah, Tamir Rice. Okay, yes, sir. Okay, and then not to mention the fact, though, too, of what happened to Mario Woods out there in San Francisco.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Look what happened to Ezell Ford in Los Angeles. I mean, man, we can go on and on and on and on and on, and it is still the same thing. What it all boils down to, the common denominator, RWS. Racist white supremacy. And then when they attack our people, just like they were doing civil rights workers, you know what I'm saying? Oh, we just supposed to sit there and lay down and get over it, you see. And then when the Black Panthers came out and did their thing and had the splinter group called the Black Liberation Army, oh, now all of a sudden these guys are a threat to national security.
Yeah,
and we built the damn nation. You see, and we built the damn nation. We built the White House. Hell, our people designed, what do they call that? The almanac, Benjamin Banneker. And also, too, he laid out the groundwork, man, for the city of Washington, D.C., or the District of Columbia, as they call it. You see, and then not to mention Dr. Nathaniel Hale Williams, man, who performed the first open heart surgery in Chicago, Illinois.
Yes.
You see? So look what they took away from Karmelo, man. Karmelo might have been, and he still has youth on his side. He still can, okay? But, he might have done something great, man. They might have found a cure for all kind of diseases, things like that. Might have came up with all kind of ways, man, to save the Black community, you see? And then the American ethos is hell-bent via that vehicle called Hollywood to perpetuate our destruction and self-destruction.
Yep. All of
that. Yeah, see, that's the cold part about it, is that they got our youth so programmed that we are hell-bent on self-destruction. Karmelo wasn't with that. That Metcalf punk, he listened to that Klan shit from his daddy, and hey, so as far as I'm concerned, Metcalf's father was the reason why his son got killed. You see what I mean? Because of that shit that he was putting in his head, all through his baby years, toddler years, kindergarten years. You see what I mean? Well, you go up here to a Black person who you outweigh by at least 50 pounds, and you calling yourself a big old man. Well, guess what? Surprise, surprise, surprise. You see?
You fucked around and found out.
Exactly, just like what Mr. Gardenas said here that I read here off in the comments. You know what I'm saying? What Mr. Gardenas said here. Oh boy, if I could pull it back up. Okay, but Mr. Mr. Cardenas, 7 Pointers. Okay, I've never liked Karen Hunter because to me she always came across as a bootlick, coon, self-hating conservative, and that's exactly what she is. And that there, Mr. Cardenas, 7 Pointers, you are absolutely right. I'm not going to sit up here and disregard undisputed truth. Only a fucking idiot would do something like that. Now, I'm not the brilliantest tool in the shed, you know what I'm saying? But dag nabbit, you don't make it up to my years, man, being stupid. You see? So we definitely pray for Karmelo, you know what I'm saying? Because he's got an uphill battle, you know what I mean? And then hopefully, he'll come out stronger. And then they need to get that kangaroo court in Washington, D.C. called the U.S. Supreme Court. And they need to pick that case up, man, from the state law. Because based on what you're telling me, they can do that, Brother Che, although it's far and few in between that they have done it.
Yeah.
I mean, the U.S. Supreme Court could go right there to the state of Texas and tell them, hey, release that man, put him off in the feds, and we're going to review this case.
Yep, they could do that.
Okay. But to quote you, in a perfect world, you know what I'm saying? In a perfect world, they could do that, you see, and they should do it. Is because you see what you have here is a moral issue going on right here. So, which means is that you get some coward who outweighs his opponent, man, by 50 pounds, and it's supposed to be okay for him to do that, right? Okay. Like I was bullied in school. Like my mother told me, who do you fear, the bully or me?
Right.
And the bully got his ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? I was never the type of individual to go around looking for confrontations. You see what I'm saying?
Carmelo Anthony's family.
Yeah, you see. Yeah, I'm gonna finish my sentence. Yeah, okay. And then on top of it, but Aaron Metcalf was a product of his father's hatred, okay? And then on top of that, Aaron Metcalf believed that shit all his life, and then it ended for him. I hate to see any young person die Okay,
Yeah.
but stupid is, stupid does.
Yes, exactly, Shibahi. My thoughts
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving along, we're gonna hear from the family. We got Uptight in the building, but Damien's in the building. Certified
Okay,
salute.
greetings uptight. Greetings uptight. Yeah.
So the family spoke out about the verdict and about the appeal to Karmelo Anthony. The mom breaks down in tears, says the trial was unfair as the appeal
Which it
process.
was.
So this is from CBS News, Texas.
Is also talking tonight. They believe the trial was unfair from the start.
My son is no murder. My son didn't intend to hurt anyone. My son was defending himself.
Exactly.
Both parents fighting back emotions and tears as they described what they believe was a flawed trial.
We were delusional. We thought we was going to get a fair shake.
They claim there were inconsistencies from the get-go, despite witnesses who took an oath vowing to tell the truth.
Everyone actually lied on the stand.
Everyone.
All of the.
Would you think you would get a fair shake in all places, Texas? Come on.
Exactly.
The New Black media reached out to them too, and they just completely ignored us. They want to go to the Democrats. So Democrats. So they made it worse for their son, because if they would have came to the New Black media, we would have got them a new attorney. We would have got them, the defense team they needed.
Exactly.
To go to the Democrats.
Yeah. And they probably should have got Carl Douglas out of LA. And I forgot, man. Okay, now you would know better than me. Could an attorney licensed in California, Brother Che, defend a person in the state of Texas?
It depends on the state laws, but I don't see why not. They could even got Sleaze married. Where the hell were any of these damn attorneys? Where was the damn Johnny Cochran firm?
Yeah. Carl Douglas, who's running that. They're still in Los Angeles from what I understand. But yeah, it seems to me that Mr. Douglas should have stepped up to this. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you on that. Yeah, Mr. Douglas should have stepped up on this big time. Is because you see, not only was this here against Karmelo Anthony, Brother Jack, it's against all black men, you and me included.
Right. Well, he's a proxy for all of us. So
yeah,
them railroading him is like them doing that to any of us, our children. Oh yeah, even Malik Shabazz. Where the hell was Malik Shabazz?
Yeah. Hey, Joe. Yeah, Joe's in the house. Yeah. Where is Malik Zulu Shabazz? Yeah. You see? And then too, and this Val is saying that she herself has a black teenage son. Okay, well, Val, you are blessed. Is because one thing that a black teenage son is going to do is always protect mama. Okay, so yeah, and then just like Joe says, hey, stay strapped or get clapped, because I'm damn sure, man, within the next couple of weeks, going to check my status, man, on firearms here in the great state of Nevada.
And Damien, the problem with the parents is they were too comfortable in white America. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You see, yeah, exactly. You see, this is why when we started Shabaka's Black Experience, and hence why we said we deal with the Black Experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. Of course, we're in danger. Just simply being black people in America, we are in danger. And this is why these undercover political psyop operations is always pitting us against each other. You see what I'm saying? Oh, wait a minute. Now, Joe, I didn't know that. The problem was they hired the prosecutor's ex-law partner?
Oh, wow. And the plot just
continues. Oh, hell no.
Damn, Joe. The plot just continues.
Man. Whoa. Okay, let me take a stand and they count off of that blow.
Hey, we got Black Power Radio in the building. We got Dynamite's in the building, Black Opium.
Oh, okay, Dynamite, greetings to you. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, Yeah, I wasn't ready for that one, man. Yeah, you just caught me, man, with a left hook over my uppercut. I'm straight floored on that one.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Good God Almighty. So just on that, man, you know, the U.S. Supreme Court needs to look into it.
The problem was that the white man came to pray with him. They kicked him out and turned the news conference about him. Yep. He was trying to extend an olive branch. What happened to fake it till you make it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Dynamite say he just turned over to go back to sleep, but I'm with y'all. Okay, Dynamite, it's all good, all good. You know.
All right, let me get back to this.
Yeah, and then after this one here, Brother Che, I'm gonna have to call it a night, man. So if we can have somebody to come on up with Brother Che,
Lady Che's
the rest of it.
Lady Che's gonna join me.
Oh, okay.
Witnesses' statements were inconsistent. All of them.
His father says the court of public opinion had made up their mind about his son long before the trial began.
He was convicted when he walked out of the jail. If you looked at the news, all that shit, he was already convicted. If you look at it, it was already done. It was no innocent until proven guilty. He was already guilty.
Everybody give a
He says the threats of violence against them continue.
People want us dead. That's what.
After they still got what they want.
After they still got what they want, they still want us dead. I can see. You see, I go look at my phone. People want us dead.
Okay, so stop what you are doing, because the day after a verdict is always revealing. The cameras leave the courthouse, the crowd goes home, and what is left is just families, raw, exhausted, broken in different ways. And on June 10th, 2026, the morning after Karmelo Anthony was sentenced to 35 years in prison, both families spoke. And what they said tells you everything you need to know about why this case is never going to be simple.
I would hope they take a look in the mirror. And if you have children, and if it was your child who was murdered, would you like people dragging his name through the mud, making memes, making jokes, and just really vile comments?
Jeff Metcalf woke up that
Well, you
morning and
stupid
said something
motherfucker, if you would have
quiet,
raised that
something
bastard right, man,
unexpected.
you wouldn't be
He
in
said
that
when he woke up,
situation.
it was a very different feeling. He said he felt like 1 million pounds had been lifted off his shoulders. He also said this: people think grief is sadness. It is not. It is rage, pure, unfiltered rage. He spoke about the body camera footage from the scene, how he could hear Hunter, Austin's twin, screaming, oh God, my brother, my twin. He said, as a parent, you always want to protect your kids, and he wasn't there to fix it. He said he forgave Karmelo, but he made clear forgiveness was not for Karmelo, it was for himself. So the rage and the hate don't eat him alive like cancer. That is a man trying to survive the unsurvivable. And across town, in a very different house, a very different family was also trying to survive. Karmelo Anthony's parents sat down with CBS News, and what came out of that interview stopped people cold. Andrew Anthony and Kala Hayes, Karmelo's father and mother, one day after their son was taken to a Texas state prison, they sat in front of cameras and said what they had been holding in for over a year. And Kala Hayes went first, through tears, through a voice that was barely holding together. She said it plainly: my son is no murderer. My son didn't intend to hurt anyone. My son was defending himself, and that's what hurts so bad.
Yeah.
Let that land. This is a mother watching her firstborn child, her oldest, the boy she moved from Baton Rouge to Texas to give a better life, being led away in handcuffs to serve 35 years, and she does not believe he is a murderer. She recounted the moment she stood before the jury during sentencing. Just her. No other witnesses, no defense exhibits, just a mother begging 12 strangers to spare her son. She said she told them, have mercy on my son. That is what I told the jury. And then she said something that is going to sit with you. She said, I know they had their minds made up already. There really wasn't much I could say to change their minds. Now, was she right about that? We will get to that. But first, his father, Andrew Anthony, spoke, and his words hit differently. He was not crying. He was somewhere past crying, somewhere that looks like controlled devastation. He said, we were delusional. We thought we were going to get a fair shake. Nope. Delusional. That is a man who walked into that courtroom believing in the system and walked out believing the system had already made up its mind. He said the court of public opinion had convicted his son long before any jury was seated. He said he was convicted when he walked out of the jail. If you look at the news, he was already convicted. It was already done. There was no innocent until proven guilty. He was already guilty. And then the part that stopped me completely. The threats have not stopped. Even after the verdict, even after 35 years was handed down, even after they got what they wanted, his words. People still want them dead. He said he looks at his phone and people are threatening his family, wanting them dead. Okay. This is the chapter where we do not hide behind neutrality. Because Kala Hayes made a specific claim. She said her son did not intend to kill anyone. She said he was defending himself. And she said the jury had their minds made up before she even opened her mouth.
Exactly.
So let's look at this honestly.
Kangaroo court.
All sides.
Yep.
Is she right that her son did not intend to kill? Here is what the evidence showed. Karmelo Anthony did not arrive at that track meet planning to stab Austin Metcalf. These boys had never met before. There was no premeditated plot, no plan, no history between them.
Yeah.
On that narrow point, she may have a case, but here is where it gets complicated. Under Texas law, murder does not require you to plan it days in advance. You can form the intent to kill in a split second, the moment you pull out a knife and stab someone in the heart. The law says that is murder because the intent exists in the action itself. Karmelo reached into his bag, he pulled out a knife, he stabbed Austin Metcalf once in the chest. The medical examiner said the wound was not survivable. That sequence, that choice in those 30 seconds is what the jury convicted him on.
Yeah.
Is she right that the jury had made up their minds before she spoke? This is harder. Look at the facts. 12 jurors, 0 of them black. They deliberated for less than 3 hours to convict, less than 3 hours to sentence in a case this complex. This racially charged, this nationally scrutinized, that is a fast decision. Was that because the evidence was overwhelmingly clear? Possibly. The prosecution had 21 witnesses. They had video. They had Karmelo's own admission at the scene. Or was it because those 12 people, none of whom shared Karmelo's background, his community, his racial experience, were never going to see this situation the way a more diverse jury might have? That is the question the 5th District Court of Appeals in Dallas is going to have to sit with. And here is what a Dallas appellate attorney, David Cole, who has handled appeals for decades and was not involved in this case, told CBS Texas. He said the strongest issues on appeal may have very little to do with what the jury heard. They may have everything to do with whether the trial was conducted correctly. He laid it out in 3 questions. Were we even in the right county? Did we pick the jury correctly? And did we tell the jury what to do correctly? 3 questions. Any one of them answered wrong by an appellate court could change everything. Now we have to talk about what happened outside that courthouse because it became its own story, its own moment. After the verdict came down on June 9th, a crowd gathered in the courthouse parking lot in McKinney, Texas. Supporters, family, people who had driven from across the state to stand there. And then Tony Hayes stepped out. Karmelo's grandmother, She is getting into a car to leave, and she starts chanting 3 words over and over: racist, biased, prejudiced.
Yep.
The crowd picks it up, and it grows. Now, Tony Hayes is a grandmother who just watched her 19-year-old grandson get sentenced to 35 years in prison. She is in a parking lot. She is not making a legal argument. She is not submitting a brief to the 5th District Court of Appeals. She is a grandmother in pain, in public, saying the only word she has. But here is the question we have to ask. Is she wrong? Not in the emotional sense, in the factual, legal, documented sense, because here is what we know happened at that trial. The prosecution used their final 3 peremptory strikes on the final 3 Black prospective jurors, all 3. The defense raised a Batson challenge immediately. They argued directly to the judge that 100% of the available Black jurors in the strike zone had been removed by the prosecution. The prosecution said it was about profession. Those 3 women worked in education in a school case. Potential bias. The judge accepted that. He denied the Batson challenge. But here is the question that appellate courts will ask. Were there white educators who also sat on that jury panel? Were white jurors
that goddamn judge needs to be investigated too
on the panel? If yes, then the profession argument is not a race-neutral reason. It is a cover story. And that is exactly what Batson versus Kentucky was designed to catch. So is the grandmother wrong to say racism? She cannot prove it. Not in the way courts require. Not with the burden of proof that overturns a conviction. But is she seeing something real? The documented record says possibly. And the appellate court, not the parking lot crowd, is the right place to find out. Here is another specific claim the parents made, and it is one we cannot just let slide past. Andrew Anthony and Kala Hayes told CBS News all of the witnesses lied. Not some, not most, all. Everyone actually lied on the stand, Kala Hayes said. Everyone, Andrew confirmed. All of the witnesses' statements were inconsistent. All of them. Okay, so let's look at that fairly. Were there inconsistencies among the witnesses? Yes, there were. That is documented and real. Different students remembered the confrontation slightly differently. Some heard touch me and see what happens. Others heard touch me and find out. Some described an upward knife motion. One described it differently. That is not unusual. That is how human memory works, especially in 30 seconds of chaos and fear. Eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable. Psychologists have studied this for decades. People in trauma see and hear different things. But here is the issue with the parents' claim. The witnesses were mostly students who took an oath. They had no motive to lie. They were not friends of Austin Metcalf who wanted revenge. They were fellow high school students who were terrified and told the police what they saw. And on the core facts, they were consistent. Karmelo Anthony was in the wrong tent. He was asked to leave. He refused. He said something threatening before the physical contact. Austin Metcalf pushed him. And then Karmelo pulled out a knife and stabbed him. Those core facts, every single witness aligned on. Were there small inconsistencies in the details? Yes. Were all of the witnesses liars? That is a much harder claim to support. But here is what we have to acknowledge. Karmelo's parents were not in that courtroom the way the jury was. They are seeing this through the eyes of people who love their son, who believe in him, who cannot reconcile the boy they raised with the verdict that was handed down. That is not dishonesty. That is grief. And grief has its own kind of vision. Now, here is the detail that most people missed in all the noise. Karmelo Anthony filed the notice of appeal himself, personally from custody, on June 10th, 2026. And in that same filing, he submitted what is called a pauper oath. A pauper oath is a legal document where you declare that you have no money, that you cannot afford an attorney and you are asking the court to appoint one for you at no cost. Think about that for a second. This family raised over $500,000 on Give, Send, Go for his legal defense. That money paid for attorney Mike Howard, for expert witnesses, for a full trial team, for over a year of legal work. And now, the day after the verdict, Karmelo Anthony is telling a court he cannot afford a lawyer. What happened to the money?
What happened to the money? They fucking froze the accounts. They froze the Give, Send, Go account. That's what happened to the money. They can't even access it. That's what happened to it. Damn Nabisco. We're gonna report some shit. At least report the damn truth, like Shabaka was saying. Like, this is pissing me off.
The honest answer is it was spent. A year-long murder trial in a high-profile case with private attorneys charging full rates can easily consume $500,000.
For viewers.
Sometimes more. Right. Mike Howard confirmed after the verdict that the appeal had been filed, but Karmelo's own court documents suggest he may not be able to retain Howard for the appeals process. This matters because appellate law is its own specialized world. The lawyers who fight trials are not always the lawyers who win appeals. You need appellate specialists who know how to read case law, craft written briefs, and argue before panels of judges. If Karmelo Anthony ends up with a court-appointed attorney for this appeal, the question becomes how much time and resource that attorney can dedicate to a case this complex. The state of Texas appoints attorneys for indigent appellants, but those attorneys carry heavy caseloads. The resources are not the same as private counsel. That could matter significantly. All right, let us get specific because the appeal has been filed. But filed is just a starting gun. The race has barely begun. Here is what happens next, step by step. First, the defense team, whoever that ends up being, will request that the Collin County District Clerk's Office send all trial documents to the 5th District Court of Appeals in downtown Dallas. Every transcript, every exhibit, every motion, every ruling, thousands of pages. Second, they will request that the court reporter prepare a full transcript of the trial, every word spoken in that courtroom typed out. That alone takes months. Third, once all documents are assembled, the defense files their full appellate brief. This is the document that lays out every single legal argument they believe was wrongly decided. The prosecution then files their own brief responding to each argument. Then the appellate judges read everything. They may request oral arguments, or they may decide purely on the written record. How long does this take? Dallas appellate attorney Chad Ruback was direct about it. He said this process can take months or years. The most complex cases take longest. And this is a complex case. Appellate attorney David Cole, who has handled appeals for decades, was asked whether Karmelo has a real shot. He chose his words carefully. He said the appeal would not be about what the jury heard. It would center on whether the trial was handled correctly. He identified 3 main areas of focus. Was this case in the right county?
No.
Should it have been moved somewhere else given the intense pretrial publicity?
Yep.
Did the court do the jury selection correctly? Specifically, did the background challenge get the right outcome? And did the judge instruct the jury correctly on the law? Were the jury instructions on self-defense, on sudden passion, on the burden of proof given accurately?
No.
Any one of those 3 areas, if the 5th District Court finds an error, could result in a reversal of the conviction or a new trial.
Yes.
But here is what Ruback said that you need to really hear. It's really, really tough to convince a court of appeals to overturn a jury verdict once the jury has sat through and heard all the evidence. Really tough.
Okay, then that's why
Not
they got to
impossible,
get it into the
but
federal
really
court.
The statistics on criminal appeals in Texas are sobering. The vast majority are denied. The jury system is designed to be the final word on facts. Appellate courts are not there to retry cases. They are there to find legal errors.
Yeah.
Not to decide whether Karmelo Anthony is guilty. to decide whether the process that found him guilty was fair.
Exactly.
We cannot close this story without talking about the noise, because it is getting louder, not quieter. Cardi B posted on X the night of the verdict. She said the prosecution just wanted to make an example out of Karmelo. Her post reached millions of people within hours. Representative Jasmine Crockett, a Texas congresswoman, went on her podcast after the verdict. She talked about race. She talked about Collin County. She made claims about the jury that were factually disputed. She said Karmelo Anthony would have been treated totally differently by the legal system were he a white boy who killed a black boy. Now, the congresswoman is making a political argument. She is allowed to do that. But when she made specific false claims about the jury composition, facts that could be checked, it muddied the conversation. Jeff Metcalf stood at that courthouse and said directly to the crowd and to whoever was listening, this was never about race or politics, but what you did was choose to make it about both. And here is the tension at the center of everything. Both of those things can be true at the same time.
Joe.
A case can be about a specific act, a knife, a tent, 30 seconds. And the legal system can still have structural problems around race that shape how that specific act was prosecuted, judged, and sentenced. Those two truths do not cancel each other out. They exist together. And that is what makes this case so impossible to resolve cleanly. Austin Metcalf is dead. That is true, and it is real, and it is a tragedy that cannot be undone. Karmelo Anthony has been convicted by an all-white jury in a racially charged case. That is also true. And the legal system has tools specifically designed to examine whether that process was fair. Those tools are now in motion. In Dallas, in the 5th District Court of Appeals, and every celebrity post, every congressional podcast, every parking lot chant is happening completely outside that building. That building is quiet, and that building is what matters now. Let us be honest, let us be realistic, and let us be fair to everyone in this story. The appeal has been filed. The process has begun. Here is what we actually expect to happen and when. The full appellate brief from the defense will likely take 6 to 12 months to prepare, gathering transcripts, reviewing the record, building arguments. That work takes time, even with experienced appellate counsel, with a court-appointed attorney, possibly longer. The prosecution's response brief follows that. The 5th District Court of Appeals will likely not hear arguments or issue a ruling until sometime in 2027, possibly 2028. If the 5th District rules against Karmelo, the next step is the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. That is the highest criminal court. Another round of briefs, another wait. If constitutional issues like the Batson claim remain live, federal court becomes a possibility after that. This road is long, it is slow, and Karmelo Anthony is walking it from inside a Texas state prison. Now, what are the realistic outcomes? Outcome 1, the 5th District affirms the conviction. Everything stands. He serves a minimum of 17 and a half years before parole eligibility. He walks out in his mid to late 30s if parole is granted at the earliest opportunity. This remains the most statistically likely outcome. Outcome 2. The 5th District finds that the Batson challenge was wrongly denied. The conviction is reversed. A new trial is ordered, a new jury, this time potentially more diverse. Here's the evidence again. Everything is possible in a new trial, including a different verdict. Outcome 3. The court finds a different legal error, wrong jury instructions on self-defense, improper evidence admission, venue issues. The conviction is reversed on those grounds. Outcome 4. The appeal fails at every Texas level but succeeds at federal court on constitutional grounds. This is the longest road, years, possibly a decade or more. And here is what both families need to hear for the Anthony family. But hope is not irrational. The legal grounds are real, documented, preserved. Courts have reversed convictions on Batson grounds before in Texas multiple times. It is not guaranteed, but it is not impossible for the Metcalf family. They have already been told by the legal system that their son's life mattered enough to sentence his killer to 35 years. That verdict stands for now. And unless a court finds a specific, provable legal error, it will continue to stand. Neither family gets to rest. That is the cruelest part of all of this. Jeff Metcalf said forgiveness was for him. So the rage does not eat him alive. Kala Hayes said she will not stop fighting for justice for her son. Hunter Metcalf carries 2 diplomas. Karmelo Anthony is in an intake facility in Huntsville, Texas, being classified, being processed, being assigned a number. And in a courthouse in downtown Dallas, the next chapter of this case is already being prepared. Quietly, slowly, with no cameras, no crowds, no chanting, just judges, documents. And the question that has always been at the heart of this case, was the process fair? No. We will find out, but not today and not tomorrow. Probably not for another year, maybe 2, maybe longer. That is the reality of the American legal system. And both of these families are going to have to live inside that reality for a very long time.
Some bullshit.
Man, that's total bullshit, man. Fuck Metcalf, fuck his daddy, and fuck his mama.
Right. So we can only hope that he gets a retrial.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is that Metcalf initiated this confrontation. Okay.
Yeah, but
you see what I mean?
They're not going to question his. They're not going to question that. They're going to question if the court proceedings were to the ethical standards of the state. Mm-hmm. So, if they find any flaws, which we already found all kinds of flaws, they should be able to find them same flaws and order a retrial.
Okay. Or just overturn the conviction.
Yeah, that could take another 1 to 2 years, though. So far,
yeah, damn.
Anthony is another political prisoner.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he is. And then, as Anita Harrell says right here, 2 big twin bullies. So that needs to be brought in as well, too, of his daddy, of how he raised these bastards. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, what type of values or what type of valueless thoughts and mores that they was putting in their heads as they were coming up. You see what I mean?
Right. But all right, Shabbat, give your closing statement because you said you got to go.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give my closing statement is to hell with Metcalf. Okay, he ordered the shit. That young man there defended himself. You know what I mean? Okay, the Lady Che, greetings to you. Okay, I got early morning appointment. Yeah, and fuck Metcalf, fuck his daddy. You know what I mean? Because they bred that shit, and they just mad because of that bullshit that he was doing. It bit him in the ass. Okay, and then also too. Now let's look at the history of Metcalf of doing the same type of behavior to other black students.
Yeah.
See, that needs to be brought up.
Yeah, that was on the prosecution, Shabaka. They didn't bring none of that up. Like whoever, they didn't bring none of that up. Just like you said, it's straight up through court. They had to fix it in from the very beginning. When they replaced it, they had a black judge initially, and they changed it out for this damn cracker who been lying. He been making video rounds talking about, I don't have no relationship with the Metcalfs. I don't know who they are. I don't know anything about any of that. Bullshit.
Yeah. So hopefully Mr. Carl Douglas will take this case up, who took over Johnny Cochran's law firm in California.
He broke his arm.
Okay, and then as Joe says right here, nothing got brought up because the prosecutor and defense law partners were friends for decades. Okay, you see, that's something wrong right there in that. You see? So therefore, yeah, big time, man, big time. So then you got to look at the federal laws, you know what I'm saying? But one thing for damn sure, I do not feel sorry for Massa. Okay?
Right.
And Texas was a slave state. You know what I'm saying?
So Juneteenth this weekend.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Thank you for joining me.
Okay. All right. Okay. Everybody have a nice night, Brother Chair. I'll give you a call tomorrow. All right. Okay. All right. Take care, Joe. Okay. And was Goddess Navi with us tonight?
No, she didn't show up yet. She'll probably tap in
Okay.
later.
Okay, but we had another sister who showed up in here tonight.
Val.
Anita. Yeah, Val and Anita. Okay, Val and Anita. All right. Thanks for having me, you all. Okay, Joe. Okay. And good night. Okay. Night from Sin City. And it's only a pleasant 93 degrees right here, right about now at 11 o'clock. Okay. Y'all take care. Okay.
Alrighty. If it was him, I'll blame my parents, dear federal judge. Damn. Like my parents didn't know what the hell they were doing. They hired the wrong prosecution. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts? I just covered the parents speaking out, saying,
About what? I'm not knowing.
Clearly an
I'm
injustice.
not knowing. I told you I was doing
Karmelo,
something else, but no.
okay, listen. Carmelo Anthony's mom breaks down in tears and says the trial was unfair as the appeal begins. So I just played.
I didn't see it. I don't know. I didn't see it.
Okay. Based
I
off
don't
of
know.
what you,
I mean, I saw the first. I saw the first interview with both of them, and the father was talking mostly.
okay, what are your thoughts on
That was
that?
a few days back. I don't know what you talk about because I didn't see. I'm like, I'm just getting in here. I didn't see nothing. I see any other show. I told you I was doing something else.
Oh God. Okay, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the case so far?
You need to appeal. I thought we talked about this already. Like,
The appeal's been filed, so that's what the video I just played was about. The
I
appeal's
covered this
been-
shit on the RVA, man. I covered this when the parents gave an interview. Parents gave an interview. They said they were following the wrong shit, basically because Charles White was all up in the mix. He gave wrong advice. They went on the interview. Then the Metcalf father went on a racist rant. I mean, is there more? Has more happened? You know what I mean? That I don't know about because I don't know. You know what I mean?
Carmelo Anthony filed to appeal himself from prison.
Yeah, of course. Yep.
So you're on.
I think that it's 3 days, 4 days too late with all the activists coming out. With the Candace Matthews thing, too late. Crockpot making a statement about it, too late. Like 3-4 days late. Charleston White saying he don't want to help the Anthony family. All right, I caught that. He on a grift. It's basically what that's about. He had a grift trying to get a boxing match on Aiden Ross's motherfucking platform. Saw that, got that. I don't know about the parents. They've been making the rounds and said the same thing. They said the same shit on both interviews I saw, 2 separate places. And that was a few days back. That's all I gotta say. You obviously know the fix was in from from jump. They never showed the video. There's been a couple of witnesses that actually was there. They talked about it on separate platforms. They were actually black. They actually had some discussion, and basically the video would reveal that Cuz was innocent, and it was self-defense, and that's that. So that's pretty much how I'm caught up on.
All right, Lady Tay. Well, that's pretty much what the video was saying. It was going through the whole process of what the appeal process is going to look like.
It's gonna be a while.
Yeah, that's what they were basically
And I
saying.
watched an interview with the judge. The judge is blatantly racist and white supremacist, and he basically don't give a fuck. And he felt like it was his duty to basically put a black boy in jail.
Yeah, the hell with that judge.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that, lady.
When the system was getting ready to throw away another one of our young brothers.
I'm gonna go on mute so it's not echoing.
All right. So the next clip is about where is the Black Democratic Party establishment? Where have they been during the whole Karmelo Anthony case?
Oh yeah, yeah. They've been chilling, working on trying to save these and trying to pass us motherfucking HR 40 like it's something new.
Right.
Same people who post a black square every February could not find their phones. Funny how that works. So let's talk about it.
Dang.
Karmelo Anthony. You know the name. The grassroots knew the name. The aunties on Facebook knew the name. The brothers on the corner knew the name. The mamas who organized fish fries to raise bail money knew the name. But you know who acted like they never heard it? The boule, the establishment, the credentialed class of black political celebrities who only show up when there's a camera, a check, or a Democratic Party talking point attached. Where was the Congressional Black Caucus? I'll wait, because I have been waiting, and I am still waiting, and I will probably be waiting until the next election cycle when they suddenly remember our addresses. The CBC has how many members? Dozens of grown men and women with staff, with budgets, with press teams, with the ability to call a press conference at noon and have it on every network by 6. They got speechwriters on payroll. They got interns whose entire job is to type out statements at the drop of a hat. They can put out a release about a holiday, a ribbon cutting, a building getting renamed. But on this case, crickets, tumbleweeds, a silence so loud it had its own echo. The kind of quiet that tells you everything you need to know about where you actually rank on somebody's list. Now, don't get it twisted. I'm not surprised. I stopped being surprised a long time ago. But there's a difference between not being surprised and not being disgusted. Because here's what gets me. These are the same folks who will hold a 45-minute moment of silence on the House floor for the cameras. They'll wear the kente cloth. Remember the kente cloth? They got down on one knee in a building, draped in African fabric, for a photo op. They know how to perform grief. They got the choreography down. But when an actual black child needs an actual adult with actual power to say something out loud, the stage goes dark. And let's get into Reverend Al Sharpton. The man has built a whole career, a whole network appearance, a whole reputation on being the one who shows up. The bullhorn, the march, the eulogy, the no justice, no peace. Where was that energy? Where was the bullhorn for Karmelo? I didn't hear it. You didn't hear it. And I find it very interesting that a man who can be in Minnesota by Tuesday and Florida by Thursday, who can deliver a eulogy at the speed of light when the cameras are rolling, somehow could not find his way to a statement, a tweet, a single sentence on this one. Not one. Selective outrage is a skill. And baby, some of these folks have a PhD in it. They know exactly which cases get the megaphone and which cases get the cold shoulder. And that calculation is never about justice. It's about optics. It's about what plays. It's about which fight makes the right friends happy. Then we got Pastor Jamal Bryant. Now I want to be fair because the brother did organize. He pulled together a whole boycott. 40 days, Target, the whole thing. He mobilized churches. He got people to redirect their dollars. And I'm not knocking the hustle, because economic pressure is real, and I respect the organizing muscle. But let me ask you a question, and I want you to sit with it. If you can mobilize that many people to stop shopping at a store, why can't you mobilize even a fraction of that same energy when our community is getting railroaded in a courtroom? You can find the bandwidth to fight a corporation over a diversity policy, but you can't find your voice when a young brother is staring down the machinery of the criminal justice system. I'm not saying the boycott didn't matter. I'm saying watch where the energy goes. Watch what gets the sermon, the live stream, the call to action, and what gets the silence. Because the energy tells you the priorities. See, this is the part that keeps me up at night. It is always, and I mean always, the grassroots that stands. The same people with the least are the ones who show up the most. It was regular folks raising money. It was small organizers driving hours to be present. It was the people with no titles, no staff, no budget, no blue check from a cable network. The people the establishment looks down on. The people they only call the base when it's time to vote. Those are the ones who fought. And isn't that the whole story of us in this country? The folks at the bottom carrying the weight, while the folks at the top collect the credit and the speaking fees. The grassroots does the labor, and the establishment does the photo op. The grassroots passes the collection plate, and the establishment passes the buck. Now I need you to understand why this happens, because I don't ever want you to walk away from me confused. This isn't an accident. This isn't them being busy. This isn't a scheduling conflict. This is a structural relationship. A whole lot of these Black political figures are not actually accountable to us. They're accountable to the Democratic Party machine that funds them, promotes them, gives them committee assignments, and decides whether they get a primetime speaking slot. So when a case comes up that might be politically inconvenient, that might complicate a narrative, that might require them to say something that donors don't want to hear, what do? They go quiet, because their bread is buttered somewhere else, and you do not bite the hand that signs the checks. That's the game. The DNC has a comfortable arrangement with a certain class of Black leadership. We deliver the votes, they deliver the speeches. And the actual tangibles, the actual protection, the actual willingness to fight for us when it costs them something, that never seems to arrive. We are the most loyal voting bloc in the entire country, 90-something%, election after election. And what is the return on that investment? Where are the tangibles? When we needed the establishment to stand up for Karmelo, the establishment was on mute. And I want to be specific here, because vague anger does nothing. The Congressional Black Caucus could have issued a statement. They could have called for transparency. They could have raised the legal questions out loud, the things a lot of us were asking about the fairness of the process. They have the platform to make a local story into a national conversation. That's literally their power. That's the whole point of having representation. And they chose not to use it. That's not powerlessness. That's a choice. Sharpton could have brought the cameras he always seems to be able to summon. Bryant could have given that case even 1/10 of the boycott energy. The infrastructure exists. The relationships exist. The platforms exist. The silence was not because they couldn't. The silence was because they wouldn't. And the wouldn't is the whole story. So let me ask you something, and be honest with yourself. Who actually showed up for you? Not who performs for you in February. Not who slides into your timeline at election time talking about souls to the polls. Who showed up when it was inconvenient, when there was no upside, when the only reward was doing the right thing? Because that list is real short, and it usually doesn't have a single famous name on it. It's got the names of folks you've never heard of, who drove through the night and gave money they didn't have. And that, right there, is the lesson I need you to take with you. Stop waiting on the cavalry. The cavalry is comfortable. The cavalry has a book deal, and a podcast and a relationship with a political party that has never once been afraid of losing your vote because they know you'll show up anyway. The power was never in them. The power was always in us, the grassroots, the everyday people, the ones who don't need a permission slip from the DNC to care about a Black child. Here's the bottom line, and I'm only going to say it once, so lean in. The Black political establishment showed you exactly who they are during the Karmelo Anthony case. They showed you with their silence. And when somebody shows you who they are, you believe them. The first time, not the fifth time, not after they apologize on a panel. The first time. So what do we do with that? We stop outsourcing our power. We build our own infrastructure, our own legal funds, our own rapid response networks, our own media, so we never have to beg a cable network or a congressman to notice that we're hurting. We fund the grassroots organizers who actually show up, instead of the celebrities who show up late and leave early. We pour into the people with the track record, not the people at the top. We make our votes transactional because loyalty without leverage is just being used with extra steps and a nice smile. No tangibles, no vote. Say it with me. Write it on the wall. Teach it to your kids and to the establishment, the CBC, the reverends, the pastors with the boycott energy and the courtroom silence. I'll say this. We saw you. Or rather, we saw where you weren't. We noticed who was missing from the fight. And that ledger doesn't disappear just because you smile at the next gala. We're keeping receipts now. We're grown. We're paying attention. And the days of getting our vote for free, for a kente cloth photo and a kneel and a speech, those days are ending, whether you're ready or not. Karmelo Anthony deserved a community that fought for him. He got the grassroots. Thank God for them. He should have had everybody. Remember that the next time one of these establishment figures asks you for your time, your money, or your ballot. Ask them one simple question. Where were you? And watch them stutter.
Exactly, Lacerica. Thank you for that. All right, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on what Lacerica just laid out for us about the Black Democratic Party establishment being completely absent during the Karmelo Anthony case?
Well, you're not lying. I mean, everybody. It's really surprising too. You know, all the ambulance chasers were MIA. You know, and it's really surprising. And then they waited like 3 days later, 3 whole motherfucking days later, till you see fucking Candace Matthews down there. She's in Texas. Like, if you thought it'll take 3 days to get nowhere in motherfucking Texas, especially at a place where you've been before, you know. So that didn't make no goddamn sense. And the way she was acting was like, I'm here now, so what? You're like, what do you mean you're here now? It's 3 days too motherfucking late. It's a whole fucking year late. Bitch, you weren't around. And then you want to act like you were doing something. No, the Black grassroots raised that motherfucking money. People were there trying to take it and say he didn't deserve it, and he didn't this and he didn't that. He did. He's a good boy, man. Like, the way he gonna come out of prison is like they like intentionally destroyed a young man. Intentionally. He wasn't even on that path of destruction. You know what I mean? So they gotta live with that on their soul. Like, that you intentionally took a Black life and fucking destroyed it and fucking ruined it because you don't want to believe him that it was self-defense. Look, look, and you got all them fucking people, you know, rushing at you or trying to jump you or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Yeah, you gotta defend yourself by any means necessary, regardless if it's a cleat screwdriver or a motherfucking baby pocket knife that fits in the length of your hand. You have every right to defend yourself. And if it went too far with levels, it's the way God intended it to be. You know what I mean? His Jesus called him early, called him home, called him to glory. As that his fault. You dig? So I feel like God don't make no mistakes. This is a mistake. They intentionally stacked the white boxes up against him, and they want to act like it's not about race. Oh yeah, it's about race. It's always been about race, regardless of who invited him where and how many black people he know over there that want to all of a sudden talk about it and try to be, well, we knew this and we knew that, and try to act as a witness to the detriment. You're late, and you didn't do the right thing when you had the chance to do the right thing. You know what I mean? Even in trial, nobody said they could speak up. Nobody tried to intervene. If you really felt like you had something to say, why didn't you interrupt the court proceedings and say it? You know what I mean? Why don't you tell the truth? Because that's been known to happen. People have been known to interrupt the court proceedings and act like a whole witness. You know what I mean? Especially when it was wrong. Nobody did. They sat there and they let it happen. And then it looks bad because we're outraged or we're upset. Look, we've been outraged since jump. That's why we raised the money.
It took a
You know what I mean? And everybody act like we were stupid about the shit. We know exactly what we were doing the whole goddamn time. We read the information. We knew where the money was going. We didn't get involved in them little particulars like the other podcasters were trying to insinuate. We know exactly what the fuck is going on. And this time, like, somebody probably got in her ass and Candace Matthews' ass because she's 3 days late. She didn't offer no motherfucking word, nothing, not even do that. When that trial was going on, at the end of the trial, you should have seen how many black anybody with a platform did not show up.
Yeah.
Did not show up, not even in a text, not even in a Twitter space or a Twitter this or anything. Didn't even show up when all the people were outside. Still didn't show up. Showed up 3 days later when there was nobody out there. Didn't show up when the sisters try to galvanize and try to march a little bit. A motherfucker didn't even want to get out of his car, but he's holding a whole podcast. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. It shows what it shows is that inconsistencies.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It shows inconsistencies, and it shows that it makes it seem like we're not consistent in what we're doing, and that's not true either. And the Charleston White thing didn't make it any better, because then Candace Matthews thank him or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that don't make no goddamn sense, especially when that dude's on a grip. He like I said, I keep referring back to the RBA. A show's right there where he said he had Aiden Ross pay the Metcalf man $1 million, and then the next day he talking about he don't want to. He say he go against his own people. He said he went against black people. Woo. Then what happens the next day when he's talking to Jay Dizzy? He over there talking shit about black people. And cursing them and all that extra shit. Like, come on, man, you just a fuck. He's always on some fuck shit. He's on a grift, so when nobody can take him seriously, and he's doing it at the worst time with the worst people. Like, you see what I'm saying? He causing it to be more doubt in the water. You know? And I feel like where the fuck was Al Sharpton? Where the fuck was Kamala? Where the fuck was anybody? That they want our vote so fucking bad, right? That they want our vote so motherfucking bad that they'll drag up HR 40, blow the dust off the fucking 28-year-old paperwork, wave it up like it's a brand new thing, get all fucking spiritual with it, and tell us about how motherfucking they about the reparations, speaking like the fucking new black media, knowing good and goddamn well we've been saying this shit forever the goddamn day, and now they want to act like this is a thing, and they want us to vote. When just a couple weeks back, these motherfuckers are telling us that to not let our children, our black children, go to do athletics so they can stand with them and so they can keep their motherfucking legacy seats. And we was like, nope, no sir, no ma'am, and didn't do any of that. You know what I mean? And now they want to do this, like they really trying to get at us and talk to us about getting our booties to the motherfucking pole. Fuck you. Where the fuck were you? They were nowhere.
Right.
And they still ain't came out nowhere. They still ain't came out.
Nope. No press conference for this or nothing.
No. And like you remember I tell you watching we was watching The Hill, right? And Robbie was getting all fucking racist about shit with talking shit about Jasmine Crockett, and he was talking shit to assist me. And I was like, you better stand up. I was over there yelling at the TV, like, you better say something. You better say something. Like, check him, you know what I mean? And she did a little bit. Not to my liking, but it was enough, right? And I was like, oh, so this is what, like, where as a black person do you not stand up for the right shit and tell a motherfucking white person right there to their face, you got it all wrong and you show your racist card today. Maybe you should stick your tie in your pocket, cuz, you know what I mean? Like, showing yourself, like, stop. Like, they didn't do any of that. They came out, they said, we want to make sure that boy is looked after. So we went up to the prison. We saw, where he is, and we chatted with him. He's okay. Spirit's a little low. Where the fuck is that? They can go make these rounds at the fucking detention centers.
Detention centers.
You can go to the motherfucking detention center. You can get arrested from the detention center, but you can't make your motherfucking sorry ass up to the prison to check on a young black man who didn't do anything. It was a good boy. He ain't no YN. But, hey, you getting it how you live, you get it how you live. But this motherfucker didn't have to do all that. Right. So where you go, you ain't check on the prison, right? You ain't said, people of the community, right, the young man. No, it was one of our brothers that did that. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry. The conversation, you guys asked me, it got me all hyped up because it's wrong. Because they came out and they're still not going to. It's late. What the fuck are they going to offer us now when it's late?
A day late and $1 short. So this is the press conference Lady Che was referring to that Candace Matthews did 3 days after the verdict was released.
Know that you got everything. If everything is clear.
Okay.
Y'all come on, because they need to be able to see. Y'all come on, y'all stand around.
Okay.
Stand around.
Okay, praise be.
Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready, y'all. Ready? Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Candace Matthews. I am the National Minister of Politics for the New Black Panther Nation, and I'm also a national renowned human civil rights activist, advocate, and author. I'm here today because I was summoned by the community. What I seen in the past week and a half
was a
new era, real live lynching that happened with Karmelo Anthony. Now, I had a lot of people reaching out to me on social media. I had a lot of people tagging me and everything because I cannot be everywhere at one time. I'm all over the United States.
That's right.
But the thing is that when I seen that they had an actual activist and they had a legal team and they didn't have no black people on the jury, that would not have happened on our watch. I don't understand how that was even able to go further than that. That should have went to the First Court of Appeals. Then after the First Court of Appeals, then it go to the Fifth Circuit Court. We would have took it all the way to the Supreme Court. That didn't happen. Another thing that I looked at is that we had people here that were paid to be moles to create chaos. See, we used to dealing with that when we on our activism travels across this United States. That would not have happened on our watch. But again, let's be clear. Everything happens for a reason. But one thing I want to let the community know, just because I wasn't here doesn't mean I wasn't working. We were working behind the scenes because we knew that this was a setup from the beginning. Yes. We knew that they was going to find him guilty. We didn't know that it was going to be 35 years though, but we knew that it was going to be something that was going to be egregious. Yes. And that's why I want to give a shout out to Charleston White. I want to give a shout out to Brother Cornell X because all of us got together so we can help this family to be able to get the proper legal team that's
proper legal team, my ass, because that's what caused their family to go downhill.
We're going to give you the top of the notch, creme de la creme, and you pick who you want to fit for you. Yes. Okay? And that is exactly what we're doing right now at this time. Now, we know that they was running everything real quick with this case because I thought everything was going to be done today. I thought it was going to be done today. It was 2 days ago. And guess what? I couldn't be here for that day because guess what? Because as an activist, when you hold people accountable, they set traps for you. I had to be in court for a case that they was trying to set me up on that got dismissed on. Okay? But guess who here today?
Yep. Dr. Matthews.
Okay? So when you're dealing with a case of this magnitude, you have to have an experienced activist. You have to have an experienced legal team. And that's exactly what we saw, okay? And I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes. It is what it is. Now we are at this point where I seen a DA, I seen a judge, I seen the Metcalf family, I seen my people, and the whole United States seen what happened here. So now where we are is what the next steps. Because see, I'm not going to do no press conference with no rah-rah. I don't have time for that. Now it's about action and plans of action. What I seen was that this young man, I've worked on several cases, criminal cases. I have never seen no inmate that's in a county jail going to TDC the very next day. Normally it takes 30, 60, 90 days before you are able to get on their chain to go to TDC. They hurry up and got this baby out of here. Then another thing that we also seen, that's why I'm bringing this information to you. What we also seen was that they already gave him a public defendant for the appeal. So this is why this is very evident and this is important, why I had to come here, so you don't get no misinformation. So now what's happening is that we have to ensure that there is the right, correct legal team to help in this process, because we can't have no more ball dropping. We cannot, because we have a young man life that's at stake.
Question, Bessie. You know, this lady just came off the woodwork. I don't know who the hell she just came off the woodwork. I don't know who sent her, where she came from, none of that. She just sprung on the scene and she showed up with Ben Crump. And then she showed up with Ben Crump first for another case, and then she just been making her rounds ever since.
Man, Candace, you talking about Candace Matthews?
Yeah.
She been around for a minute. She came out with when we really seen her was when the boy had to cut his locks off.
Oh yeah.
And actually, we really seen her talking to Uncle Phil way back then.
Oh yeah, Uncle Phil put her on. That's right.
Yeah. A long time ago.
The Jackson's television station this week reported it had contacted the group that pledged to pay for the new autopsy. Ben Crump, the attorney for the Reed family. Oh, Trey Reed, yeah. Performing the examination about the status of the report. None would answer. Reed's family has also contacted.
Yeah, Anita, I think she should. I think she should take her thank you back. Anita, I think she should.
Yeah. She's never been a Cushell court. Okay, Crew says she's ever been a court.
She's been messy. She's been messy a lot lately. I've been watching this broad move around the internet lately. She's been real messy. Normally we don't, I don't know, but I kind of think that we still hold the moral keys. She's been acting real ratchet. That's all I gotta say. Like, no, more than usual.
Yeah.
It's amusing to me, but it's not amusing, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she's not part of no party.
No, she's a Democrat. She's a Democrat in her endorsement. She endorsed a couple of candidates and had to walk them endorsements back this year. Just last week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right, let me let it continue.
Ray, this ain't about you, Cosby.
At this
Goddamn Ray.
Now, I'm not finna get into retrying this case because that happened then. We are here now. We are here dealing with the appeals process. This is what we own, and the time clock starts now. The fight starts now. The fight starts now, people. This is not something that we just have to be, no. This is
No.
serious. This is serious.
It's serious,
And then
Jesse.
I want to also say to the very people that would say, well, Dr. Matthews, she's not here. No, baby, you don't know what the hell I was doing.
We have no way for
Yeah, we
Because
do
at the
actually.
end of the day,
You've been
I'm
all over the
here
internet.
now.
We do
Big
know what
dog
you've been
is
up
here
to.
now. And
Ratcheting,
people gonna be
ratchety,
held
ratcheted
accountable in
it.
these streets. And one thing that I want to lay out, because I know y'all didn't know nothing about this, since what I was told by some of the court watchers, they would bring information to me and tell me how the DA was talking in
Yeah,
that
Black
hearing.
Joe, for
Would
real.
tell me how the judge was moving in that hearing, right? Well, baby, I got some tea on them in the bag of evidence. Baby, this is a hammer
Yeah,
bag
so
of
sadly,
evidence.
you're correct.
So, hold this for me, brother.
That ain't all of us, but the ones that seem to be making their ways around the internet are real messy.
See, I ain't come out here to play. Bring it on. I came out here since you over here want to call this boy a murderer. Then we're gonna take the covers off you. Ain't no way in hell
It's
that
the
you need to be
biggest
a damn DA
messiness,
with
but
this foolishness.
it's a little
Did
ratchet
you know?
too, a little too ratchet.
Hold this, please. I got you. That there is a
But it's amusing. I'm
75-page
amused.
federal lawsuit for sexual harassment of the DA
Ooh.
that was saying that Karmelo Anthony is a murderer. Where you need to be a registered sex offender, sucker.
Ooh.
Let me read.
Lord have mercy.
Let me read.
You know what I'm saying? That's that type of ratchet shit I'm talking about.
Oh, trying to call the killer black out, but you the whole DA out here. Oh, so you thought y'all was the only one that could go in PACES. And let me explain to you what PACES is. PACES is the database for federal lawsuits. See, we have a research team, baby.
See, that's what I'm saying. Everything's on record. That's why you could, you as an independent person can go get it.
Yep.
It's serious. After Jane Doe 1 refused defendant Willis, ain't that his name, Greg Willis? Oh, okay. Advances at the Galveston TDCAA conference, he treated her quite differently in the workplace. He began demeaning and berating her. In one closed door meeting, he told her, "You think like a child and I would treat you like a child." Defendant Willis likely appreciated the gender slurring that is implicit in a male supervisor telling a female employee that she thinks like a child. Oh, wait a minute, it gets better. Hold on.
These hard pauses, man, are salacious in itself.
More than once, she tried to break free, but he held her tighter. These physical
This is one of
encounters
them
were unwanted
sexy novels.
and sexual in nature.
Yeah.
Jane Doe 1 eventually put in for a position in the Victim Assistance Division and got it in December 2020.
Black Joseph.
This role put her under the supervision of Chief Prickle. However, the unwanted touches and full
Hey, that's
frontal
what
love
she said. That said it. That's what she said. She said when she opened her mouth. We didn't say it. She said it.
We got a damn freak.
But you know, we don't, as Panthers, we don't recognize that type of ratchetness
No, we're gonna talk about you
on camera.
because if you want to sit up here and go do this rocket docket type case.
Yep.
Well, we
Yep,
gonna
Anita,
rocket
that's
docket
true.
your ass.
They've been doing
Because
interviews.
You need to be in jail.
Very true,
You
Anita,
do
very
not
true.
need to be a DA here. But see, this is what they don't tell you. That's why you got to research your people, who you're voting for. And I'm going to say this to the Republican Party.
And you want to
Republican
talk
Party, y'all
because
need
you got to
write
walk
somebody
two
else
endorsements back. Stop it.
Because this man here is a sexual deviant.
That's
And
right.
he has
That's
no
right,
place
Joe Black.
being a DA here in Collin County. And if you want to
That's
see
right.
this lawsuit, you can go to my Houston Stringer page, Nights on TV. We're going to drop the whole 75 pages.
Right. That's right. That's right, Black Joe.
Sick puppy foolishness in here.
Well, you know, we got to disengage
DA
from that type of mess as Panthers. We don't support that type of mess. She could be effective without the mess. You know what I mean?
We took it a step further.
Right. Right. That's right.
We took it a step
Go ahead,
further.
Black Joe, with the screenshot.
Because anytime we pull documents,
Messy.
my legal team will put it in an audit, and it'll give a psychological background of the defendant. Y'all want to hear it? I can't hear you. You want to hear it? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Come on now, just get to the facts, cuz.
We have predatory
You see that
behavior
shit? That's the
patterns
type of shit
of
we don't support.
Attorney Greg Willis. The complaint outlines an administrative pattern where
See,
DA Willis
that's free information. That's free information right there, Black Joe.
Authority to refer individuals for indictment and control criminal
How
investigations.
you think that white podcasters be getting all the tea? Because they be doing the work.
He enforces strict
The damn
closed-door
core
policy
reports and shit.
using forested glass office doors to maintain
Black people,
total
we could do it too. We just, I don't know what our problem is.
across
We can do
multiple
it too.
independent plaintiff accounts.
Right.
Without being so
repeatedly
messy.
utilize identical operational pretext to force unwanted physical contact. He frequently claimed he needed help with an electronic document to draw female staff behind his desk. Subsequently,
He don't know how to
tapping
use a
them
fax
in
machine,
chairs,
basically.
massaging their shoulders, stroking their limbs, and forcing full frontal body hugs while rubbing their lower backs, audibly moaning. He explicitly framed his actions as personal emotions, stating, telling staff, "Sometimes I can't help myself."
Oh my God.
When he near to them
Wowzers.
and blaming their appearance for the lack of professional control. That's the DA we got in here. That's the DA who did this to Karmelo.
Yeah, I bet, Sonny.
So y'all know that.
That's right.
Oh, y'all didn't? Okay. And then, so let me tell you about
Yeah, you're right,
let me get
Vets, Vets United.
hold on, it's more, baby. It's more stuff. It's more stuff. Now,
That's right, Vets United. That's right.
I
That's
want to
right.
give credit
She
to North
she
Carolina
is
the
covered
Beat,
up.
which is another
It's hot too, man. You
it's
really don't want
another,
to see Tiggles
black
sweating and glistening in the sunlight.
that we all work together. All us people, activist journalists, we work
Tiggles.
together. And I thank him for
Tiggles.
giving us this information, and we confirmed all of it. However, Judge Rant,
Not biddies,
now
Tiggles.
I'm on your avenue.
That's all.
Okay?
I told you to break down Jesse what Tiggles and biddies are.
Website.
And
Because
then
I know I deal with
conjoin
judicial
the words
accountability.
together. You got
Y'all know
Tiggle
I
biddies.
bring them judges and I slang them when they dirty, right? So there's a third party that I want you all to be able to go to. And I'm going to make sure that we put it in the article so you can use that as a resource. Because whatever court you go to in the United States that deal with family and children, you need to know who's on this list. And this is a list of child abuse judges.
Oh, man.
Right.
As
Like
of,
Joe, right.
This is child abuse judges, and this comes from
It's a high.
childabusejudges.com.
It's a high.
Yeah. See, you don't know until you know, right? Okay. So as of 12,
Come on,
20,
bitch.
20
Just
as
get
of
to the
12,
point.
22, 2025, 1,400 plus judges have been accused of child abuse. Many judges 2 to 6 times. So let's see what state we got. Texas up there.
Fucking right.
Because this is all of them. But I'm just going to show y'all. Texas.
Very stupid.
Just say who name on here.
Receipts.
Oh, yeah, here you go. My Versace glasses kind of got in the way. But Judge John Roach Jr. is on that list. And this is the same judge that convicted Karmelo. So, you know what they say. Don't throw rocks living in a what? Glass house. So, you need to know who is governing you guys. Because if you don't, how do you know how to move? That's why elections is important. You need to know who you're voting for.
Power to Dr.
Y'all
That's
over
right.
here putting
That's my
sex offenders in here,
teacher.
child abuse judges in here, and you wonder why you can't move
Always
2 steps
right.
forward and you got to take 2 steps back, and then they turn around and take your kids from you. Then they turn around and have your ass going to TDCJ
Yep, that's
for
right,
over
Anita.
30 years. But that's what you got in this county here.
Yeah, white
So,
white
what I want to
cockroach.
leave to the people
Yeah,
of Collin County is
a light
this.
antiquina.
DFW surrounding areas. We got to mobilize.
They're them
We
light
got to
skinned
mobilize.
antiquina.
We got to stop fighting each other, and
The
we got to
classic
start
roach.
fighting fire with fire. We have to let these
not
people
helping.
know
That's not
that
helping,
we
Val.
cannot
It's too messy. That's why it's not helping. The
tolerate
message is not getting. It's getting lost.
this egregious activity that we're doing to our people. We would not tolerate it. So I didn't come out here to rah-rah. I came out here to tell
Yep,
truth to
Vets
power.
United. You are right.
So you know who you dealing with in here.
She raw-rahing
See,
it
when
right
you
now.
go out and get in
Messy
that
like.
Jordan line, you better get in that voting line. When you over there on that triple pole, you better get to that voting poll. Because at the end of
No,
the day,
no, this ain't
who
about voting,
they affect
bitch.
locally is
Oh,
us.
these wenches, cuz these wenches.
Oh, booties to the polls. Oh, hell no.
Oh, Riz,
Hell
young
no.
Riz.
No,
So do I got any
no,
questions for the meeting? Because I got time today.
no,
I got time today.
all right.
I sure do.
Good Lord help us. But they have time when they come out with implementation.
That's right, Betsy United. It's not helping. She just too much.
No, what you do, you continue being a blogger. You continue shining the light. But what you have to do, you have to ensure whatever that you put in, that it is credible. Because you damage your credibility, you damage everything. Yes.
I know that you have a lot of problems with the trial and the way it went down.
Yes.
What is your biggest problem with it that you feel like discredits the entire trial?
Who was conducting it from the beginning? And then who was the one that was convicting? Who was the one that was calling the shots? I got a problem with these people.
Why he admitted to
I
it?
actually have a problem with this. I have a problem, like I'm gonna repeat this again. This was
You would
a
have had a problem. Where the
modern
fuck you been
day
all year?
live lynching. This was from the very beginning that this young man was doing. That's why we were working behind the scenes, because this time we finna get in front of this.
What are you
We couldn't tell.
in terms of trying to help with an appeal? Or
We couldn't tell
What
you
we're doing
working.
now at this stage is trying to help the family to get the right, proper legal representation. We giving them names, and they need to be able to pick who they want. I'm not gonna just say, no, you take this lawyer here, and then this lawyer get over here and do what these lawyers did, and just sow this child up the river. Now,
That's
am
what
I
they
in
did.
agreement with anybody losing their life? Absolutely not.
Right.
But I'm also in agreement of accountability.
Yeah, Black Joe.
Because accountability breeds responsibility. And it's our
That's right.
responsibility as a community and as me as an activist to call it out. Because when you don't shine a light to it, it's going to continue. That's why y'all need to know who we dealing with in here. And I'm not done digging up all the rest of these judges. Or whoever else. We're not done.
What else will you be doing to?
I'm sorry?
What else will you be doing besides this event here today?
I'm just gonna say this.
I'm not
You just
feeling
stay
it
tuned.
because just the day
You just
before
stay
you was
tuned.
holding hands
Because
for
I'm
a
not giving the
migrant.
game play. Don't believe me. Just stay tuned. Because see, you have a lot of people, and not to be disrespectful, my brother, you have a lot of people that do this, but don't put no action. So I'm telling you, watch the action play because it's coming. Any other questions?
Yeah. It's all good, that.
Well, see, that right there, ma'am, I'm not trying to retry nothing with the case. What we're going to do, we're going to let the appeal process deal with that. That's why we need the best lawyers who going to go and get that. Who going to go and get what's supposed to be done. That's what we do. I'm sorry? No, it's gonna be the entire United States that's gonna help, because they're gonna have, it's gonna be everybody. We all gonna galvanize behind this. I'm sorry?
What do you think about the photos you've seen released of Karmelo and his prison, attire and things like that? I mean, a lot of
It hurt. Well, I mean, let's just be clear. Let's be clear. What they do, that's just standard. What they do with sending these pictures out to try to paint this child to be a bad person. But you notice what I noticed what they didn't put out was when he saved the child from drowning. Because we had that news article and I put that out and the whole nation didn't know nothing about it. So I'm like this, if you're gonna tell it all.
We knew from the beginning when he said it. The daddy said it.
Absolutely. And when you did
Oh
not
my God. Like she acted like she did
have a
something, man. She was
mitigation
nowhere even in
specialist,
the beginning.
defense team, this is what you
Right.
get.
It's a James
This is
something
what you
lately.
get. And so I'm just gonna
3
be
days after the fact. Look, she was nowhere to be found, Black family. She was nowhere to be found in the beginning.
everybody.
Look it
Now,
up. See if I'm lying.
We gotta
Don't believe
start
me. Do your own research. Is that what TV is?
Everybody.
No, you
has
must
a
not know who that
strong
is.
suit out here.
Lala
But
Cole,
to
we
be
know who the fuck that bitch is.
We need to make
Trust me,
sure
we know exactly who
one,
she is.
you a blow.
You're gonna come in here and
You
tell us who the fuck we know and what we
if
don't know.
if you have your
Take that,
own
take that wild ass energy
anything that's
somewhere
dealing
else.
of that caliber, we got to control the narrative, and we have to ensure the narrative is being put out correctly. And when things are not being done right, we got to shine a light to
Right,
it.
with bad
Period.
endorsements because you had to run it back
So,
twice
any other questions before we
in 1
conclude
month.
this press conference?
And she was holding hands, showing out for a motherfucking Hispanic person on a whole nother fucking thing. So yeah. Cause she over there, you know what, man? You must not know.
Okay.
You came in late. We're not gonna go over this again. She fucking messy. And she 3 days late. That's what the problem is.
She's
You gonna
late.
call yourself a motherfucking
She's a
activist, but you gonna show up 3 days later and be messy on camera. That's what the fuck the problem is.
She's late. She's messy. She's a Democratic shill, and
her
there's one more
endorsements
thing.
don't mean dick.
And she was caping for the elite.
We can tell. We know.
She was caping for. Yeah, she just got here. That's
right,
issue
Black
with
Joe.
her. She's
That's exactly right,
inconsistent.
Black Joe.
Yep. We need FBA's men and women versus niggas and bitches. Yep. Yep. Facts, cuz. The core.
Yeah, she's not. Yeah, she don't got that. She's messy. But she's been messy all year. But she barely been messy the last couple of weeks. And I've been paying attention. Trust me, I've been paying attention to this broad move around. She was where she said she was, but she's 3 days late and a whole year and some change late. She wasn't around in the beginning either. So she tried to act like she's doing something now. It's a little motherfucking late. And she thanked the wrong motherfucker when she got here. When she got on the screen. She thanked the motherfucker that's playing both sides of the fucking fence. And had the audacity to talk down to black people. Fuck that. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Not today.
Clown stem white. She gonna thank him. The hell you taking that clown for? Oh my god. That's a whole damn circus.
That's right, Bets United. That's right. Yep, that's right.
So let me just say this. Let me just say this, everybody. I've been called all kind of names from the ruler to the tutor. Okay, what you have to keep in
They only
mind
call
is
you
this:
names because the shit you do.
worry
They're
about
not
the
calling her names
distraction.
because of anything else.
It's
She do it to
distraction.
herself.
Keep your eyes on the prize, and our prize at this point right now is to get this boy out. Okay, and we got to do everything by step because keep in mind we wasn't involved in the process at first. Were we? Am I right?
That's on her.
We wasn't, so we're gonna be involved with it now.
Oh, you late.
And my
Way
vote,
late.
don't y'all stop.
Come on, Jane, come lately.
Because whatever they can't cover, because they got producers and stuff. Whatever they can't cover, you cover it. Send it to me. We gonna get it out there because I got more followers than them anyway. That's what we're gonna do. Any other questions?
Right. Now she definitely looked like she didn't get no dick because
okay, so that
she
one
wasn't too
right there.
tight.
And then you know what else happened with that lawsuit? He didn't even file an answer, honey. So that let you know he a freak.
You don't know nothing about it, so just chill.
Why would money even be involved?
Can't control your sexual urges. What's wrong with you? You need Jesus. Okay.
Right.
Thank y'all.
That's right.
Come on, girl, because I gotta go.
Everybody cares.
So, can you explain how long kind of a process is going to be?
Hold on. Hold this for me. Hold on. Wait a minute. Child, I got to get my fan for this shit. Because maybe it's hot.
Messy. She couldn't just do it quietly, you know what I mean?
Right.
And you see how that motherfucker's brother holding that purse like, bitch, hurry it up.
Okay.
I'm not holding this motherfucker for the rest of my life.
I'm sorry.
Yep. That's exactly right, Black Joe.
Yep.
Well, see, it would be a year and a half to 2 years possibly. And that's why what I'm saying is that this is going to be an uphill battle. I'm not going to say this is going to be a cakewalk because it's not. And that's why you need, this family has to have the creme de la creme ability. Period, point blank.
What needs to happen is, why don't you get on your game? Where's your pool?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your pool, ma'am?
Right.
Appeal, and it did not include a
I need somebody with some pull to talk to these motherfucking politicians.
Because it's by an appointed appellate lawyer. That's why we putting this out right now. So we can ensure we get the creme de la creme, so we get him off.
So once that is done and you do a new appeal, will you include a submission statement?
Well, see, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't answer that. Okay? So I can't speak on nothing legal about that, baby, because I'm not a lawyer. All I can tell you is what we're finna do as the community and as an activist, and what we're gonna do to help galvanize and help give leverage to that legal team.
Yes. Can I explain what the purpose is of the submission statement?
No, not right now, honey. No. Save that
That's
for when we
true,
get to the appeal process.
True,
Thank
Bex.
you. All right, I'm not taking no more questions. I'm done, y'all.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all.
Okay, you didn't answer shit anyway.
So,
You waste our time.
let's say his name. Karmelo! Karmelo! Karmelo!
He ain't even there.
Karmelo!
It's all for show.
You just hold on. Hold on.
He ain't even there.
Thank you. Oh yeah, and then also now let me make sure you understand we have another press conference that's coming up that we're doing at noon.
I don't even want to talk about it, Jesse. Just let it go. I don't even want to talk about it. Can't believe fucking the Biscuits is pretty here like that. Anyway, moving along. I can't do it because I can't do it, man. No, it's a no Nabisco fucking motherfucking spot. But here we go. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Once you get to them degenerates like the Austin Metcalfs,
right. Right. That motherfucking Blaccs and shit. Let's come on, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, what's the next one? Dude, I'm trying to chill. Mm-hmm.
So, did they change the Carmelo Anthony video before trial?
I think they edited it. I think they didn't show. Once you show with it blurred out, they edited it, so it can't be trusted. Not to mention all the other cameras. They just was like they didn't want us to know nothing, to see nothing, and doesn't matter what the judge said on his interview or anybody else's interview. Nobody made us think about it when they came out, because keep in mind they showed the press the video months and months before the trial.
Right.
And even then they were like not even allowed to talk about it.
Okay.
There you have a good night too. Peace. Yeah, so they chose the press, but the press could only describe it. And what they described was not what was shown.
Right. So Dane Calloway had the video. So we're gonna play the video from Dane Calloway.
See, now you know it's really some shit with Dane Calloway gets it before anybody else.
This video.
Mm-hmm. That's right, Belle. That's right. That's right,
because it was a live stream. I was trying to figure out if these were real people or hired actors to state what they stated when they claimed that they saw the video. There's a conflicting story going on here.
So you actually seen the video with your own 2 eyes? Yeah. Are you able to elaborate on it?
Yeah,
as much, oh, well, come on then, okay.
On the video, you can see those 4 that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them.
Let me start this off by letting you guys know that I'm getting ready to play some videos. Some of you might not have seen it in full. It took a long time for me to find this video in full because it was a live stream. But I tried to track this down, and I finally tracked this down. I know the people. I know the people's names that are in this video. I know the other video that I'm getting ready to play. I know that person's background. I was trying to figure out if these were real people or hired actors to state what they
stated when they claimed that they saw the video. Okay, so this particular
This is
video,
good.
what you're going to see is a live
This
stream,
is
a
gonna be
news
good for real,
conference
for real.
of the people. They're going to claim that they're advocates for Karmelo Anthony. Now, I feel as though this is important because based off of what they claimed that they saw
Yeah,
in the video,
that's
they
what
were
I
able
said.
to see
He
the
ain't even
video.
there.
Based off of what they
They was
claimed
doing
that they
that
saw in the
performative shit.
video, there's a conflicting story going on here. Now, this is alarming. Now, that's not to say that Karmelo didn't do what he did. I'm not saying that at all, and neither are they, but they're explaining.
Speaking of which, let me put this up just in case y'all want to write Karmelo and put some money on his books.
Yeah, Black Star 2.0 put that out there, and it's been making its traction. Right, the little boy put a little bit of change on the little boy's book so he don't suffer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm
And anybody out that way, they got some reputable family in that spot to look out for the little boy. That'd be good too, because motherfuckers gonna try to take advantage of him because he
So
a high profile person now. You know what I mean?
right. So if y'all want to help our brother Karmelo Anthony out, put some money on his books. There's the address. Leave that up. So shot that. There's this.
That's the black grassroots, so we gotta get hand clap gavel raps to that. You know what I mean? Shout out to Big Killer.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll give y'all some
That's right.
now.
Absolutely correct, Black Joe.
Thank you, Sister Val.
Thank you, Sister Val. Me too. I got a little change towards it too. I just a bit busy.
Right.
But yeah, no, you gonna you gotta need stuff. You're gonna need stuff, and you're gonna be needing to make phone calls and shit to his family.
But the female is bashing. This is a pro-black
This
channel.
is a pro-black channel.
The female is bashing black people. No, she's not.
What female? Cause what female is bashing black people? What female?
It is pro.
FBA, but tonight it seems off a bit. Who doing that? Who bashing black people?
She just point out the inconsistency with Dr. Candace Matthews. Who went bashing the black woman.
Oh, you talking about her? Cause she was doing some messy shit. What you talking about? Cause she was doing some messy shit.
Yeah, Frank.
She messy as hell. She messy as hell. She's 3 days late. What you talking about? And she's a bad representation for the Panthers. So I'm like, who bashing black people though? Like, say that shit with your whole chest. Who bashing black people? Is he talking about me? The lightest, blackest motherfucker here for real? Like, who you talking about? They should they're talking about before we get upset when he holds ourselves accountable for child. Right. Who you talking about, Frank? They said, what do you say?
He said he was bashing the black lady with the hat.
Who was bashing her? I just want to hear the answer. I mean, we ain't bashing her. She was late. Mad late to the fucking get down. A whole year late. She didn't show up in the beginning either. Right. And if you roll back her beautiful beef footage, you'll see all right. She messy.
She is.
And this is the bonnet that I was talking about. Yeah, what are you talking about, Frank? Right. What you talking about, Frank? Who is bashing black people? I would say, is he talking about me, family? Of all people?
Of all
Lord
people.
have mercy. Yeah, just nobody. Yeah, exactly. Especially me. I love my beautiful black sisters. Cause what you talk about? I was just talking about we in this day and age, she ain't got no decorum. She was being messy even there.
Well,
and it's such a pro-black channel. I said we don't have no Nabiscos in here because we have one floating around. So what you talk about? Like, what? I just want to hear Frank's answer, and then we can excuse Frank because Frank obviously don't know where he at.
No, Frank been here before.
Right.
Yeah, this ain't his first time being here. He's been here before.
Yeah, like today with the typing, Frank. Like we got all night. Part pandering generically means carry to and profiting from the weakness, but yep, you're absolutely right. And it's election season, but I'm talking about she did have to run 2 fucking endorsements back. That woman that was running her mouth on that podium is who they talk about. Well, Candace Matthews is running her mouth, but she's just been doing real messy. Look, she's been messy, and we ain't seen her since that boy with the locks, when she was trying to help him, and she didn't help him.
Yeah.
She didn't help him at all. It was her, and that was how she was really introduced her.
Yeah,
you know?
we got to her through Uncle Phil.
Correct. So, and she wasn't messy like that. She's real hype lately. So if she all up in my I've been following her around, not stalking her, but like, because she's representative of us. But she's doing a bad representation for us. So we can't take her seriously because she's so messy lately. It's kind of disturbing. It's like taking away from the message that she's trying to promote for us to get behind because she's so messy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess Frank didn't have nothing to say. We're just gonna move past it. Frank, yes, you're right. This is a pro-black, very pro-black FBA platform where it's motherfucking signal boosters. And if you was talking about somebody, I would hope that you said with your chest to actually say it right. But it was we was talking about her, and I wasn't bashing her. I just saying to say the truth. The truth is she's real messy, and she's been messy. And I'm only saying that because I've been watching her for the last 2 weeks. So, yeah, you're wrong, and we accept your apology. I accept your apology. And I clearly pro-black and militant because I won't even allow old girl to live really. And she crept up in here talking about tell y'all's kids or some shit or some other shit. I don't know. no biscuits, guys. So it is that. And no, I wouldn't be bashing just any old sister, but we don't like look, cause no. Then we tried that for 400 years, Chris. We tried that for 400 years. Where the fuck it get us?
Right.
We ain't holding hands no more. The cape's off. Y'all got the memo. Stop playing with our time. You got the memo. We ain't holding hands. Those days are over. Our mankind. Like, we gonna look out for it. We taking a break from y'all. Man. You know what I mean? 400 years we've been taking care of people. What the fuck it get us?
No.
I'll wait.
No pro-mankind. You might as well say white supremacy. You might as well say
I'll wait.
pro-white.
It ain't got us nowhere, Chris. Thanks for saying pro-mankind. Obviously, if we thinking about us and everything in it, yeah, we're thinking about mankind for sure. They're black.
No, mankind kind of like man. But they're not exactly man. And
no, y'all got that Neanderthal stuff going on.
We're not about that. If that's what you're about, you might want to find somewhere else to go.
Yeah, no, this no, we've been pro-black. It's pro-black here. You don't like it? I'm sorry. Not sorry. Just go ahead and move along. Scroll up.
The blacks cry about racism.
Who's racism? What's racism to you? You think we're racist? No, prejudice, not racist. We don't. That's y'all. Like, what you talking about? We crying about racism? Crying?
Racism.
Crying, cuz.
Something that is on a daily basis is not crying.
Yeah. We just call it the facts what they are. They're the facts. They're the facts. It's not crying. There's no tears behind it.
Racism, white supremacy, or we're not. We subscribe to the fact that we are under a system of racism, white supremacy, and it controls all 9 areas of human or people.
All 9 areas. And some would even say health and nutrition. So number 10.
So you must be new. So we're not new to this. We're true to this. And we've been doing this for quite a while. So you must have just got here.
Yeah, man. Why does it matter to you anyway? Just move along and find something you could take.
Yeah, just keep
That shouldn't matter to none of you fuckers. Why you come in here and check us? Like we're supposed to listen and shit. It don't matter to us what you say. Why don't you just scroll up and find something you like? You know what I mean? Instead of coming here and be like, why you gotta be pro-black and why not mankind? And why you just y'all always crying about racism and you do racist shit. Blah blah blah. Who the fuck is you to come check us, cuz? You don't like it, scroll up.
Right.
Swipe up.
You
Keep
can't-
going until you find something you dig. Like, don't be in here. We don't listen to y'all. Y'all don't run us over here. And I'm white and I say so. Because I'm black and I say so. So scroll up. Or get bounced. It's that simple. You dig? Don't come in here fucking acting like you want to check somebody and you want to tell us the lay of the land. You ain't telling us shit. So what? Well, get your algorithm right. Hey, check it out. You like black shit. That's why you up in here. So get your algorithm right.
Right.
Okay? And bounce. Like, we ain't your cup of tea. We pro-black and militant in this bitch. So go ahead. Scroll up. Ain't no, we ain't gonna cry if you leave.
Well, you know,
You know what I mean?
You know what the pattern recognition is? Y'all be the main ones that deny racism, say you're not racist, you don't have no racist bone in your body, and then y'all sit on
color.
tree and convict somebody like Karmelo Anthony, who was defending himself against a savage Neanderthal, such as yourself. That's pattern recognition.
Say it. Say you don't like it, just scroll up because it's not for you. We're not gonna have no hard feelings. We'll be like, all right, you know, it's whatever. We'll lose one eyeball, maybe two. It's not a big deal. But what is a big deal is you come in here and try to check a motherfucker when you should just scroll up. Your algorithm funny. It like black people, so that's why it's in here. You clearly don't. So scroll up. You know what I mean? No hard feelings. Thank you for stopping by.
That should have gave people enough time to get all of Karmelo Anthony's information if you want to write him, if you want to put money on his books. So I'm going to go back to the clip.
Please.
How, based off of what the video is displaying, is that he was acting in self-defense. So I'm getting ready to play this now.
Of Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony, and they're going to speak to that. They're going to speak to exactly what they saw when they introduced their public
Chris, this is gonna be the
That's
last
right, like that.
before we put the wrench on you. This ain't
no. This ain't not, yeah, exactly. This ain't that. We don't have moving around because y'all say so. This ain't the bus. Like, to go sit the bag is white people. Oh, man. Y'all got to twist it. It's a new day. And we don't move like that. Like, and you don't got the right to put hands on us because we won't get up out of the seat when you just showed up. You weren't there first. Like, what the fuck, cuz? Like, no. Those days are over. Those days of moving black people around is over. You can't put your hands on us. You can't call us out our name, out our race. It's over with. You know what I mean? So he had an opportunity to leave. Come on, man. Really? Like, no. Are you going to move around if we come over there and tell you to move? Or are you going to try to hold your seat down when you got there first? Right. That's what I thought. You're going to think the skin got the complexion for the protection. And that's not fair. That's not right. And it's not fair. When you're facing 7 motherfucking white people, and you the only one, right? No, come on now. It ain't fair. It ain't fair. It ain't right. And you know it. And everybody know it.
Goodbye.
Regardless if it's color or not. You know it and we know it. So you don't like it, scroll up.
Goodbye, Chris. We entertained your nonsense long enough.
Yeah, you don't know what you do, sir. That's the whole thing. At the end of the day, y'all don't know what you would do when you're faced with that situation. You just hide talking. You don't know. You don't know exactly what you're doing, what you're gonna do. I know what you're gonna do, what you won't do. That's really what that's about.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And this ain't 1926. We're not moving to the back of the bus.
Yeah.
Not moving
Right,
when
Black he can.
to move.
He can.
Doing none of that shit.
I think that if they get the right attorney and the right calm activist on the program, that'll help maneuver some of this court stuff around. Who has actual pull with politicians that can move that judge around. I think that it could be successful. I don't think that the energy she was bringing was going to be helpful. As entertaining as I might find it, it's not really entertaining. It's very distracting. You know what I mean? So that's the reality of Candace Matthews right now. Regardless of what she did, she's 3 days late, just like all the politicians and shit who aren't helping out in this case. There's no accountability for their absence, regardless of what she was doing. She's 3 days late, and if really technical, she's like a year late because she wasn't there at the beginning either. When he got hemmed up and had to be moved because he'd been docked so much. You see what I'm saying? So she wasn't there to stand up for the
And I think
GoFundMe money. She wasn't there to
you're not
stand
going
up
to
for
be surprised
anything.
by what they saw, but we want to make sure that we get this information out to the public. So we'll start with T. Sturdy.
Hi, my name is actually Tony Sturdivant. Again, I was one of the ones that saw the video.
Yeah,
it's kind of
that's right, Black Joe.
bewildering that it doesn't align
Well, that's
with
what
the
we're here
testimony
for.
that was presented. What I saw in the video was four.
I just don't want to see the little boy come out harder than, you know what I mean?
What I saw in the
He forgot
video
his
was actually
humanity.
more than 4 kids. There were 6 kids.
There you go. Come on, brother.
Yeah, there were actually 6 kids that walked up in the stadium. 2 splintered off. 4 went directly to Karmelo Anthony. And there was a brief conversation.
You're gonna start over, sir.
All right, start over.
Yeah. Let's clean this stuff. Keep your voice up.
All right. Yeah. So again, my name is Tony Sturdivant.
Whoa. He's instructing him like he's telling him like he has to follow a script. The guy with the bow tie, keep your voice up. Like he's following the script. Now go ahead. Now start over. Giving him instructions. This is supposed to be a natural occurrence. You're not supposed to be guiding a person into how they're supposed to give
Look
their
at
take
Dan
at
Calloway's
a
doing his
so-called press
job,
conference.
man.
You're not supposed to be doing that.
Kind of impressed.
Especially when you have a live mic. Is that the reason why we're only seeing clips of this? Interesting. See, this is the reason why I wanted to see the full video, and I have the full video.
Yeah. Let's clean this stuff. Keep your voice up.
That part you do too.
Yeah. So again, my name is Tony Sturdivant. I was one of the individuals that put in a FOIA request to
That's
see
why
the
they
video.
put that address
What I
that go
saw
for the address to
starkly
the
different
prison
from the testimony that
for that
I heard
particular reason,
given
Black Joe.
in the trial. There were 6 kids that walked up, 2 splintered off. I guess that part of was introduced in the trial where they went to deflect the coach. The other 4 walked directly to Karmelo Anthony. There was a brief conversation, I say maybe 20, 30 seconds. And from there, a scuffle ensued. It didn't last long. Karmelo backed out the canopy. He looked one way, looked to the left, and flew down those bleachers. Now, this is the video that was presented to us. This is the questions that I have, though. Why wasn't that video presented in court? And is it the true video? Because again, it's starkly different from the testimony given in the trial. Karmelo Anthony flew down those bleachers, fell at the bottom of the bleachers, got up, took off. It was maybe 2 or 3 kids that you can see kind of give chase, but Karmelo was gone. So
Yeah,
they
that's right,
weren't
Vince.
even going
That's what I said. You don't like it, scroll up.
Again,
They come
there
on
was
the
a scuffle
vertical.
that ensued at the
But we
top
don't
of the
have a
bleachers,
diverse platform like that.
and Karmelo got it.
This is a
I
black
don't know
state.
why that was not brought up in court.
And the
I
only
don't know why that
motherfucking
was
light
shown.
skinned motherfucker
I don't
in
know
here
if
is
the
me.
ISD gave us a bogus ass video.
Hey,
I don't
this is
know.
my
That's
platform
what I
too.
saw.
I say nothing disrespectful. In fact, somebody should be saying it.
Hello,
If they weren't
everybody.
saying it.
I'm an advocate for Karmelo Anthony. My name
Look,
is
she
T.
gave an interview too.
And when I went to see the video, they ask if you want to see it from either 2 minutes before the stabbing or 11 minutes before.
The information, I don't know why
is it
they're
a
trying to
choice?
abbreviate their names. Well, she said that her name is T. According to what I have, they're saying that her name is Tiffany Billions. I don't know why they're not trying to state their names
Yeah.
here because
And
I
they was
feel as though
talking
this
bad
is
about
very
this broad.
important. If you actually saw something totally different and you're going to tell the public what you saw, I don't think you should be abbreviating your name or trying to hide your identity. This is very important.
Hello, everybody. I'm an advocate for Karmelo Anthony. My name is T. And when I went to see the video, they ask if you want to see it from either 2 minutes before the stabbing or 11 minutes before.
Why is it a
So I
choice?
chose
Why
11
can't you just
minutes.
start the
From
video?
the moment she pressed play, Karmelo Anthony was already sitting up underneath that canopy. And he was sitting there for at least 8 to 9.5 minutes. You see, well, I saw a boy in a black hoodie go over to him first, and then they left out of the tent. And then you see coming across the field was another 6 boys. When they got to the bleachers, one he went out of frame, and the other one sat at the bottom. But the remaining 4, they went directly to Karmelo Anthony. And like he said before, it was a brief conversation, and then all you see is commotion. And we know from the interviews that Hunter did, we know that Hunter was, in fact, up underneath that tent. The next thing you see, you can see Karmelo in the midst of them assaulting him.
Exactly.
You can see Karmelo
They really want our children.
trying to back
They want to
out,
put
but
him
he
down
gets
right
pulled
now.
back forward.
And
The next thing you
I like
see is
these
Karmelo.
little,
he comes shooting out the back,
youth
but he's still not
youth
standing.
adventures that they be
And
having
he had to
because they can't
like
control
kind of
them.
crab crawl backwards,
And you see,
and
ain't
he had to
nobody's
like jerk
mama and
away from
daddy
them
got
because
on
they
there to
still had a
convict
hold of
that
his hoodie. He
to
goes
say
up a
anything
couple
about those
bleachers
youth
and he's looking
engagements.
around for
And
which
I'm
way to
like,
go.
you know
He
why?
goes
Because
diagonally down the
this is
bleachers and
something
then he
else.
falls. At the time of
This
him
is the children
falling,
feeling the
that's when I
universe.
noticed
Like they ain't liking what
3 boys
what's
coming
happening
down
with
the
us.
bleachers.
They acting out, and ain't nobody's mama stopping that. No, none of them. I didn't see one interview yet talking about these teen takeover shit. I'm like, this is the universe. This is the children. It's like, you know, when something bad's about to happen and all the animals go north. You know what I mean? All the animals leave or they get south or wherever, but when something's happening, this is like with our children. You see all the black children over there just wreaking havoc because they don't like what's going on with their parents. They're like our children's age.
Yeah.
Right? So they acting out. That's the universe talking to our children. And they wanted to stop. You saw how Fishback over there, motherfucking Florida's like, I'm gonna get up. We got ARs, we're gonna put them down. No, you ain't. You ain't gonna do nothing. You ain't gonna do shit. And not only that, but the children are like animals. Like, I don't mean it like that. I mean, they sense danger. They can sense when somebody's wrong. They can sense what they're feeling. Like all babies don't like everybody.
Right.
You know what I mean? You see a baby, and if you try to hand the baby over to somebody that's kind of bad, the baby start crying and moving all funny, and the baby don't want to go to that person. It's because they know it. This is our children. That's just like animals. You know, animals won't come to you if they think there's something wrong with you, right? Like you got some bad intent, or you're exuding something negative they don't like. Same thing with children. Even teenagers, they won't fuck with you if you are on some other shit. And so I think that this is like in my count. I'm looking at it like, oh, these beautiful black teenagers over there just meeting up, and it looks like a crazy scene. And the white people are all scared. Well, as they should be. They shouldn't be fucking with their adults. As you know, we're the ones being fucked with. And then if they can't get to us, they get to our children. And our children are maneuvering. They're galvanizing. You see what I'm saying? In different areas, different states. So if they're showing us something, there's a message right there that's being said but not said, but black people could see it. You dig? I think they're speaking for us in their own little way because we're the ones being fucked with right now emotionally because we're at war. You see what I'm saying? And they can feel it. They can feel their parents are not right. They can feel like something is going on in the energy of the air. Black people getting harmed. You know what I mean? They're getting abused, you know, by their work, by the internet, by people, by white people. You see what I'm saying? So I think that if we don't know anything, that we know that animals and babies could always tell the truth. And elders, especially elders. Oh my God, they just know. You see what I'm saying? So I think that we should pay attention to that, to those, because ain't nobody's mama came out and said that they're disgruntled about their teens at the beach or in the streets like that. You see what I'm saying? It's the politicians that are scared, the white people that are scared, making these accusations. So somebody, mama say something, I don't believe that they causing any harm that they wouldn't have been caused anyway. You see what I'm saying?
All right, let me get back to the video. Okay.
Go ahead.
I couldn't hear you over the video.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jessica. Go ahead.
Chasing after him. But once Karmelo got up, he took off. You didn't see him for the rest of the video. At no point in that video do you see Hunter holding his brother. At no point in that video do you see those boys ever going back to the tent and sitting down. That was all a lie. And I also have questions. I don't know how the defense did not play that video. because when you see that video, it was self-defense. Karmelo was only 5'8", 130-something pounds, and Austin and Hunter Metcalf were 6'1", 220-something pounds. So for people to say that he should have used his hands, people can die from fights, from people using their hands.
And the boy got seizures
right now.
Karmelo had
this
seizures.
press conference is for
It wouldn't behoove him to
it's
fight
for
like
people
that.
who saw the video, because we want to make sure that we get that information out there. The other
Raise
thing
the
is
camera,
that
cuz. Raise the camera.
we have noticed major disparities when we look up statistically the sentencing structures that Judge Roach sentences minorities under. There's at least a 75% disparity in the length of the prison sentence when the defendant is of color. And so this is a concern for us here in Collin County. I reside here, and so I am concerned as a citizen. If the law is supposed to be equal and everybody is supposed to be protected under that law, sorry about that, that means every race of people are protected, right? And so with that being said, I'd like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to express what we saw and what we're concerned about here in Collin.
That's interesting. This is very interesting. There's more than just one news media station there as well. And this was not aired by everyone.
King actually was a licensed attorney in Collin County several years ago.
His name is Christopher King.
On a certain project. But I'm Christopher King. My handle is KingCast online. I'm also a journalist. And I have a couple things for you briefly. Today I have filed my request for all exhibits used at trial. We'll see how that turns out. I had mailed it in before with a self-addressed stamped envelope. Didn't get a response, so I figured I'd fly down here and file it in person this time. So as to this trial, what I see as an attorney, I saw what I believe to be malpractice. And I don't know why it happened, but I will tell you a couple of quick reference points. Number one, he allowed those students young people, non-professional people, to testify as to ultimate issues of fact, such as, was it murder or not?
That's
yes.
good,
Was it provocation? Karmelo provoked him. That's not how it works. You have to make them elocute as to what Karmelo did to allegedly provoke the
definitely
situation.
don't say their name online.
And when you don't object to it, in the case of the chief, you cannot come back later post hoc and then ask the judge and complain about it.
So that means that the defense attorney was in on it.
There were also no expert witnesses produced, no use of force expert, no jury. No jury professional consultant was there that I know of. Okay, so these are all very serious questions on this case, and I don't understand it, but I don't like it, and I think this is the proverbial travesty of justice that we have just witnessed here, and there needs to be an investigation. It's not right. It's just not right. Yeah.
Thank you for your.
Yeah.
So I actually speak with them. And so what's next now? So what's now, and this is what I stated at the beginning, what's next now is definitely a fight for justice. It's definitely a fight. They are definitely ready to
I guess I said it wrong, but I'm thinking about when you see animals that come to you, don't like you, like stray cats, stray dogs, things like that. I might have said it wrong, brother. I might have said it wrong.
So this actually happened after the trial,
but the intention was not that.
I did attend some of the proceedings, and unfortunately, it does not appear to me that they received a fair trial, that Karmelo received a fair trial. So what's next for them is supporting their son, and we as advocates, we're going to continue to support Karmelo and support the family. And they're going to continue to fight.
Well, you understand where I was going with that. You said the way I understand.
and this is interesting because we didn't see this for a while. There's no major news media.
Derogatory.
We didn't pay attention to
where I
this
was going
part.
with that.
And another thing was, another video was sent to me. Shout out to the 13% community server as well. But remember their stories. It's fresh on your mind. And while it's fresh on your mind, I'm going to play a different video. This is the next video that I'm going to show you all that somebody sent to me inside of the 13% community server. The lady in the red jacket. You saw all of these people on the news, but this is the portion that wasn't placed on the news. This was another guy stating that he saw the video, and then he explains the video. And I'm like, wait a minute, their stories are adding up. Like, this is crazy. Why is this not being talked about?
So she already told you what I want to know. So you actually seen the video with your own two eyes? Yeah. Are you able to elaborate on it? As much. Oh, well, come on then. Okay, so can you tell the viewers that you seen the video with your own 2 eyes? Was it clear enough, or was it fuzzy, or what?
No, it was clear. It was clear
So
enough.
why so many people saying the video not clear?
I'll speak it to it this way. The video is clear enough because they did edit the video. And I know people don't like it.
The one Tiffany Billions, I don't know, man.
So
some people have been really negative about her.
Right.
But I consider the source of the negativity
And so instead of bringing
as they are
somebody
not
in and watch all that
Carmelo
boring
Anthony fans.
they just basically condensed
Or
it to 11
supporters.
minutes. Okay. And so they did.
So I don't really know.
cut the
She's
angle
been
a
in
little
the
bit
courtroom
so you
though,
can protect some of the kids or whatever.
and
But still
reporting
see
it
clear.
on her
It's
blog.
clear enough to where you can see the actual individual
Since the beginning.
raindrops come by the camera.
Okay.
That's how clear it is.
Okay.
So just
The taller
check that.
lady,
So
I'm
if
not
you ever
sure.
been to Condemns Stadium, you know on the home side is where those 3 cameras are sitting.
Right.
One here at the 40, one at the 50. That's the motion camera. Then you have the other one right here.
Right.
But they also have security cameras too.
Okay.
Either end.
Yeah,
on
there's
both
a lot of
sides.
cameras.
And cameras on there.
Okay.
But
To show only
those
one
cameras,
video
the one that
is
they're
suspect.
showing is the one that's right to the right side of the 50 yard.
Right.
So it's directly showing where Karmelo and them were.
Okay.
So you actually see them walking up. You see that Karmelo is already up under there. He's under there minding his business.
Dodging the rain, or
Yeah, it was still rain. You know,
Right.
I'm from Little. So that day we were under a tornado watch.
Right.
We were under thunderstorm warning, and we know we had already had some light rain then, and it started raining again. Then it was over with. For the day.
Okay.
So that's kind of what happened on
That
that.
quote,
day.
that tracks with
They
what
were
the
at a
mama
rain
was
delay
saying.
already. And
Why the
so
mama didn't
during
show
that
up,
time,
you know?
when that happened, the twins,
track.
their 2 buddies, and a few other kids, because there was a few kids involved with them. They were all coming from the direction of the middle school,
Right.
coming walking back up.
Right.
On the video, you can see
So that's 6.
those 4 that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them, skipping up, trying to catch up behind. One veered off probably toward his way to go to the coach and kind of distract him a little bit. And then the
women
Yeah.
that were speaking, they were teachers. They said they witnessed the whole thing.
Oh yeah, the tall lady, right? The taller sister.
Yeah.
Mm. And the other one, like I said, I'm not really sure, but on the podcasters, the ones that disrespect and always talking about FBA and the Carmelo Anthony situation, they always talk about it in a negative format. And when they mention Tiffany Billions, they mention her in a negative format. So I look at that like everything that happens in this case is going to be looked at differently. They're black folk, but they got their tap shoes on or whatever. And I don't believe it. So I don't really know much about this particular Tiffany Billions' sister. But she's in there. She provided some answers. So we'll just go with that and use that for what we need it for. You know.
other 4 came walking together. One went in front of them, went past.
Right.
The other 4 went and they surrounded Karmelo. You know, if you're Karmelo,
And they showed that on that video.
it's on the video.
Okay, come on.
You can see them walk.
I'm gonna say little stuff.
So that's
They actually tell you when you're watching the video, pay attention to this corner right here, because if you look anywhere else, you might miss different things.
Okay.
So watch those 4. Here, there are 4 right there coming up.
Right.
That's exactly what they say.
Okay.
And so you have no way to be confused that it's those 4. Okay. So they come up, they surround them, and this immediate moment of not even a few seconds of pause, then that's when they jump. And so
they actually did jump him.
Yeah, it wasn't just no touch. It wasn't just all that moment. Yeah, it was a push. It was all kind of things. But Austin pushed, Hunter hit, and then everybody swung. But at the same time,
So it's more than the twins that got some licks on.
4.
So it showed that in the video.
Yes, in the video. So again, you got Hunter and Austin standing in the middle.
Okay.
And you have the light bright boy here, and you have the darker boy here.
Okay.
I think that's what I remember. So I
light skin,
but that's where they were.
Black
One was going up and down while they were talking.
light skin and dark skin black
pushing,
person
whatever he was
with Austin and Hunter.
Austin and Hunter was in front. So where they're talking about grabbing bags, Hunter actually said that I grabbed his bag.
Right.
And then later on, he said that Austin threw the bag.
Okay.
Jeff also said the same thing. And so that's them both antagonizing. And we know under Texas law, I just have the fear that you're about to do something to me and you can get up out of here. Yeah, so you ain't have to touch me. But at that point, he still stood there and stopped there. And whatever they say alleged was said, you don't know that until they get to it here. But once they did that, they started hitting them. Karmelo actually was able to back out and try to get away. So he was actually trying to get away the first time. Austin grabbed him, and you can see his hoodie coming out like this, and they brought him back in.
Okay.
And when they
Okay, that lady said the same thing.
Austin put him in a headlock. You can see that all the rest of them are still hitting. That must be when the poke happened, because he was able to get out again.
Well, we was
out.
right from the beginning.
That's where the other little kid was filming, because they got some cell phone footage too. But that's where he was filming. He looked directly at him in his camera, and then he went this way to the left. He went down, he fell, and that's when they realized he was gone. So they were still punching. And when he fell, that's when they all turned around. They started chasing him. Austin.
They didn't stop punching. They were continuously punching as he left out. And this was on cell phone camera as well. So they were continuously punching somebody. Did they mistakenly do something to Austin at the same time? And they thought they were hitting Karmelo, and Karmelo had got up out of there? Interesting. There needs to be a campaign where this video needs to become public information. The video that they saw needs to be made public information immediately.
Some too, but he grabbed his chest. I guess he realized that something happened to him, and that's when he went down a little bit and he fell down. But all three of them were chasing. But Karmelo was so fast, he got away and went around to the coach. And so you can see them on the video pointing toward Karmelo and the coach. And I can imagine, because Karmelo was out of the camera on that moment, that he was telling the coach what happened. And then that's when Hunter said he whipped his head around. That's a true statement. He just wasn't sitting when he did. He whipped his head around. You see him on the video. And that's when he walked over to where Austin was, but he never touched him. So all that stuff about him rendering aid and holding his heart, and he never did that, because the coach grabbed him and he was holding him. So at the end of the day,
I know that to be true because I saw that video myself. I pulled that up to check behind him to see what he was talking about as far as Hunter's story. Hunter completely forgot that he was on camera. I guess because it was so brand new, he wasn't well versed on how he should say certain things, on how he should be presenting facts to these reporters. I'm going to play that here in a second. Let me finish this one.
Kind of where the moment went. But they did assault him, and we'll just play the game. Even if it was just a push, you still assaulted him because it was unwanted. By your own definition and your word of him saying that leave me alone and I'm not going, you assaulted him, period. But they did beat him. And if you look at the, not the photo that Fox 4 put out, because that was one that they actually edited. I have the emails to prove it. But the actual Collin County one, you can see the whelps and stuff on his eye. You can see the bridge of his nose is swollen. You can see the whelps under his neck. And so that's the reason why they edited the one from Fox and kind of airbrushed it. And you can see they put the locks of his hair that got taken out as well.
Oh, okay. I need to get that.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people on this live. Then
Send me your email. I'll send it out to you. I've been doing this thing since last year.
Now. Yeah. I listen to, a lot of people don't know, I listen to everything. And I heard something. You said them 4 people, a light bright and a dark.
Yes, sir.
What you mean by that? Light white or dark white?
One mix, one night.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was a black dude over there with them.
Yeah, 2.
Two black boys.
It was a brother.
Yeah, and I think
one more was a school thing.
I think one more supposed to be there, but he was suspended.
But it was like a school thing instead of like.
It was. I'm gonna just say this. Let me just be real. It was more than just.
Somebody ended my other stream, motherfuckers. It must have been YouTube. Oh well, no, one monkey is not gonna stop no show. PukeTube. We're gonna continue this. They ended my other stream, Lady Che. I was wondering where all the people went.
What happened? Because it said it was live.
It's not live on my end. I just looked at it and said it ended.
No, man. Let me look. Where's everybody? Everybody's still in here, right?
The ones that were on the Frontline Black News are still in here, but the ones that were on my personal page, they're gone.
Well, fuck it. Let's keep going if they're still in here. It's still live. Hold on. People in the chat, this is the regular thing.
No, that's Black Joe, that's Young Riaz.
Yeah. Hold on a sec.
Everybody else was on the vertical on the personal page. So I don't know what the hell.
Hold on a sec.
Doesn't say nothing about no copyright or nothing, so I don't know what the hell happened.
Okay, yeah, that's one. That's
They ended that soon.
one. Okay, so we're still live somewhere.
Yeah, we're still live on Frontline Black News.
Okay,
And
so what?
I was just pointing
We're
out.
still live somewhere.
What's that?
All right, well, so keep going.
I don't like you thing.
Right. Okay.
One of them ran track with him, so
You
he
got
definitely
two
like him
kids that
because
are
they
live
beat
right
each other,
now.
whatever. But another one actually knew of him.
Okay.
And he just happened to go to Memorial
You got two
and be
kids
friends with
live
the
right now,
twins and all
Jesse.
that. I don't like it.
Oh, hold up.
The twins.
And that's the one that wasn't able to make it.
Right.
Yeah, because he made sure he told.
Yeah. If it was
Yeah, you
him,
got
he
two
would have
kids
took
that
it.
are live right now.
I'm not seeing the other one. That I pulled up the other one that said it ended.
One has ended. You got two that are live right now.
Yeah, Frontline Black News is live right now.
Okay, so just restart, I guess, or whatever. It's not a copyright infringement. It's too early for that.
Right.
This must be some hating. Some haters are reporting it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah,
Okay, so what? We're still live, so let's just carry on and let's not play too many games with it because, they took one. It's bound to come on this side. Everybody
Yeah.
stay vigilant. Let's carry on. I'm going to go back on mute.
I wasn't even there.
Hold up. Now, with that being said, that means that there's more to this. Okay, so not just Hunter and his brother Austin. It's not just that. Now you will have to begin to question the two accomplices who just so happen to be so-called black. They need to be interviewed. I don't know if those two boys were questioned by police. I don't know if they were a part of the investigation. These are questions that need to be answered because what they're trying to do online, as far as the news media is concerned, they're trying to cause a civil uprising or uproar or civil unrest. That needs to stop. They're trying to get everybody riled up. Again, that's why I feel as though it's both of them, Democrats and Republicans, trying to stir the pot. This is the perfect time because they're going to need, some story to fall back on to get the people riled up, make the black Americans feel like they're not.
Yeah, it was Puke 2. Puke 2 took the other stream down, but I don't know they kept this one up. These motherfuckers.
Safe, and whoever gives them the safety, they're going to run to and give them their vote. Like this is a problem, ladies and gentlemen. This is a problem. I want people to understand that there's more to it than what we are being told and what we are seeing. I believe a political tech and pull is at play here. They're trying to manipulate the masses and distract them. Again, this case is 1 year old. Then all of a sudden, it goes popular. It goes viral a week ago. And let's be real here, that still is an all-white jury. Hispanics are considered white. Asians are considered white. They're labeled white by the U.S. Census. So that was an all-white jury. So no matter how you try to swing it, technically by record, they're considered white over here by the U.S. Census. There's a lot of holes in this story. So I'll keep my eye on things to see if anything else pops up. I would love to hear.
All right, Dane. Yeah, they took that video down, motherfuckers. Tomorrow violated community standards, whatever that means. Okay. All right, what are your thoughts on what Dane Calloway just pointed out about them changing the video before the trial, and then the testimony from the people that in the video?
I don't know until I said, there's all this controversy that surrounded it. The thing is that we don't know because nothing has been released. So we're listening to fifth-hand information. And we don't really know because nothing has been released, which is kind of shady in itself. So we're basically going off of whatever everybody's saying until they fucking show an unedited motherfucking recap of these videos. Because once you blur something out, you edited it. So that means and we're in the age of AI. That means anything could be manipulated, including these weird ass testimonies. You know what I mean? Things could be it's not right and exact. The thing is that it's late and it's even with these interviews that Dane Kelly is showing, they've been making their rounds on certain other podcasters sites. And it's not that they can't be credible, but I got the same questions Dane got. You know what I mean? And I think that because they weren't forthcoming from the beginning, and the way the media has portrayed it from jump, how he's basically guilty. I mean, he did it, but we got like really hammed it up on the guilt. They didn't have no real evidence to show that. They just was like, this and that. And when we come to find out at the end that, they weren't allowed to do interviews. They had a gag order. They had fucking Charleston White whispering sweet white things in his ear. And and there's not been a real anybody really activated for him. We raised money for him. There was all this surrounding nonsense to kind of deflect from the fucking truth. And what truth needs to be shown is what we know that we can get our hands on right now at this point. The discovery, these fucking videos, these detectives, the conversations that they had with him when he got arrested. I mean, that's all there too. That's a whole part of the discovery. While we sit here playing around like, why did he do it? Well, somebody should just go get the fucking discovery and we'll find out. You see what I'm saying? Because he had to talk to somebody. When he got arrested, he had to talk to somebody. The police just don't arrest you, not talk to you. Right. They had to grill you and shit. And it coincides with what the mother and father were saying. That when they arrested him, they shifted him around a couple times, and they wouldn't even tell the parents where they had him. You see what I'm saying? So all that stuff has to be logged in. Every body cam, every fucking camera that was on that field, all those cameras, they just should get away with just showing one fucking camera view. When you confiscated like 29 cameras from all the children that were over there, not to mention the cameras surrounding the fucking stadium, like the walkout through the stadium. Probably where's the camera footage with showing him walk out in handcuffs and getting in the police car? You see what I'm saying? Him running to the teacher. Where's all this camera footage? Like that right there. It should have took longer because they would have had to siphon through all of that evidence.
Did somebody have a firearm in the video? They're talking about they took the video down because somebody had a firearm in the video.
What?
Yeah.
Where?
In this video, in this clip I just played, they talking about
no.
That shows someone live streaming while holding, handling, or transporting the firearm isn't allowed on YouTube.
That's them. No. Nope, nothing. Not even a threat of anything like that. So they're lying.
Yeah.
It's them people, man. It's them people.
And that's why they said they took it down. I don't know what to do.
So what's the punishment?
I'm on strike. So
for the vertical?
On my YouTube channel.
Which you're streaming right now.
Yeah, but they cut that stream. Frontline, I'm gonna have to do all my streams on Frontline for a week.
Okay, that's weird. To test that.
I'm gonna appeal it.
No, there was nothing like that. We showed nothing like that.
I gotta wait 3 days to see if they approve my appeal.
Well, we know YouTube lying. That's them people lying on it, right?
It's just somebody's transporting a firearm. I don't remember seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
What's that bullshit? Well, okay, let me move on. Young Miami is in hot water over Karmelo Anthony comments.
Wow. That kind of fucked me up too, Jesse.
Yeah.
Wow. How low will some go? You know what I mean?
Right.
I feel I gotta be more careful because they
What's up, family?
The trolls are coming for Young Miami. Yeah, fam. Yeah, I mean, they are spinning the block.
We'll go back on mute,
on
okay?
Young Miami. Yeah,
Fair
let's
use,
get
fair
into
use.
this story, fam. Let's get into this story that was on Yahoo. Here we go. There's Young Miami and Karmelo Anthony there. An appeal has been filed for the 19-year-old convicted of
No, I
murder.
don't think so.
Whether
We
his trial
usually
was
show Jay Calloway
properly
don't
in terms of
Jay
jury
Calloway don't show
selection and
videos
more.
like that.
Young Miami is
He don't move
sounding
like
off
that.
on the Carmelo Anthony case.
And Candace
Days
Owen
after
or
the
Candace
North
Matthews
team
wasn't
was
moving like
sentenced
that.
to 35 years after being convicted of first-degree
And
murder
we ain't even
in
talk
the
about no
stabbing death
gun.
of
There's
Austin
no
Metcalf
gun
at a
topic
track
for us to
meet
talk
in
about. So it's
2025.
made up.
The
It's made
Spindat
up,
rapper
YouTube.
shared a graphic on Instagram touting her support of Anthony. The flyer reads, "Self-defense is not a crime. This is racism. At some point, we have to stand for something." She captioned her post on Friday, June 12th. "This is truly heartbreaking to see as a
They should
black
be on our
mother raising a
duty
black
because
son. I cannot
doesn't
get
matter.
this case out of
They
my
go
head.
try to take this shit
Currently
down, and
using all
this is
my
vital
resources to
information.
get eyes on this.
Should be on our
I'm
GCs to
challenging
tighten up.
everyone with a voice to speak up and let's stand together. Enough
Yep, that's
is
right,
enough.
Blacko.
If they not killing us, they throwing us in jail." Here's the graphic that she shared. "I stand with Karmelo Anthony. Self-defense is not a crime. This is racism. I was protecting myself, not looking for a fight. Everyone deserves the right to go home.
Exactly. Breaking down
Justice is human. I stand for truth. I stand for Karmelo.
Like that.
I stand for change."
So they lied and said it was a fire.
Everybody got a problem with that? Give me a thumbs up if you got a problem with that. 2 thumbs up if you say, "I ain't got no problem with that." There go mine. Yeah.
What are you doing?
I ain't got no problem with that, and I ain't scared of y'all.
All right.
Okay, let's get a little deeper into this article. The case in the aftermath has drawn a staunch list of supporters from Anthony as his family vowed to continue fighting for him. Following the verdict in Anthony's sentencing on Tuesday, Metcalf's father, Jeff, appeared on a podcast where he referred to Anthony as a watermelon felon and slammed Anthony's parents, calling his father, Andrew Anthony, a PUSSY, and his mother, Kayla Hayes, a drunk bitch. "You are grifters. You should be ashamed of yourselves," he said, claiming the pair did not attend their son's sentencing and suggesting Child Protective Services should check on the other kids. Hayes was a long individual called to speak during her son's sentencing on Tuesday, and she asked the jury for leniency, according to reports. We can stop right there, fam. You know what? No, let me go a little bit deeper, because for those of you who missed Jeff Metcalf's remarks, let's go in a little deeper, because you need to understand what type of uncivilized mutt Jeff Metcalf is. Jeff Metcalf was playing the nice Christian guy, right? The forgiving Christian, God-loving, God-fearing guy, right? But then he went on the podcast and he showed his true colors. I don't know if that drink had him thinking like that or what, but we do know that that's his true feelings. Yeah, that boy, I think he took a cup of courage, that drink. He put that drink in there. That's why they call them spirits. That drink spoke to his spirit. Yeah, and it came out. Ooh, that devil was all over his ass. Here's what Jeff Metcalf said further in the interview. "That poor boy is fixing to experience a life that I would not wish upon anyone, but he deserves what he gets because we're all responsible for our actions," he said. What it boils down to, for me, is this: Austin would never walk through that door again and never give me a hug. Anthony's lawyers have filed a notice of appeal on his behalf, questioning whether the case was properly handled at trial, including issues related to jury selection. No Black men or women were selected for the jury. Anthony's family also alleged that witnesses lied on the stand and gave inconsistent statements during trial. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We can stop right there, fam. We can stop right there because those inconsistent statements, those lies are going to be challenged by some real lawyers this time around, by some credible lawyers this time around. I don't know where this dude, Mike Howell, came from, but he straight up set up Karmelo. Yeah, man, he set him up, him and his buddy. They set Karmelo up. And from what I understand, all of them are interconnected. The judge, the prosecutor, and Jeff Metcalf. They're all connected. And let me back up. Let me back up. The judge, the prosecutor, the DA, and the defense attorney. Did you hear what I said? They're all friends. So I know some of y'all really want this boy to die and go to hell. I know you do. I know you, because you're uncivilized. And the only reason why you say that is because he's Black. Y'all don't raise all that hell when the shoe is on the other foot. Y'all never raise that type of hell. In fact, y'all don't even have that same energy when white people kill white people. You never have that type of energy. Never, ever. Even when a white person kill a white person and get off, y'all never have that type of energy. Y'all just say, oh well, and move on. So what's different this time around? I don't believe you. I do not trust you. You are not credible. That's right. I said it. You are not credible. I do not believe you. I do not trust you. Your opinion means nothing because your opinion is loaded with bull crap. That's what Shannon be saying. That bull cone, that bull crap. You on that bull cone, man. Yeah, I don't trust you. So your opinion means nothing to me. I know you think that you're higher than me because you got the head color. I know you think you're better than me and I'm supposed to look up to you. I look down to you. You're nothing to me. Nothing. You got Black people out here, some Black people out here are sitting back, letting their open enemies pick their friends for them, telling them who they should be supportive of and who they shouldn't. They're such a coward. They're so much of a coward that they jump through hoops trying to love people and trying to get love from people who is incapable of showing love to them. Now, just to be clear, I have to always say this because this might be your first time listening to me and you really don't know me. Just to be clear, this is a shoe fit, wear it scenario. Believe it or not, there are white allies out there speaking on this, and they are in 1,000% support of Karmelo Anthony. We have always had white allies. Even during slavery, we had white allies. Some people, white people, were ostracized. They were forced into exile. They were murdered, lost everything. So we do have allies that are white. But the rest of you mother can't stand you. I can't stand you, especially the ones who pretend to be allies. Yeah, you think because you don't openly use the N-word and you don't share the post that you're good. No, I know you too. You one of them too. Yeah. Young Miami got that song, Spin That, and people been talking about that song. That song is ratchet. That song is provocative. That song is dangerous. And that song is jamming like a fool. I ain't gonna lie, fam. You know, I mean, just from an artistic standpoint, beat, lyrics, I'm talking about not what she's saying, but being, in pocket with the topic, right? Being in pocket with the topic, beat, lyrics, hook, the vibe. It's got all of that. Anyway, moving on. They've been talking about Miami like a dog. They talking about young Miami like a dog in his comments. And this is
right, Black Joe. They was gonna do something, but ain't nothing. We didn't open nothing, so we didn't show nothing. And if you throw a link in there, it's in the chat. It's like it's whatever. So since when they started scrutinized like that, we didn't open it up. We didn't look at it on camera. So it's just it's like hearsay. It's like whoever was spying around in the chat decided to be a hoe and fucking report it. So
uncivilized must think
so
they're
Biggie, it's not your fault.
us.
So it's motherfuckers that are tender dick, I guess.
And what I gather is it ain't nothing but entitlement. That's all it is. It's just entitlement because they just really be projecting. It's nothing civilized about them. It's nothing decent about them. They're not honest people. You know, they're not part of polite society like they try to pretend. They're the worst of what America has to offer. They're the ones who, if we would start all over from day one, they're the ones who Europe sent their worst to America. They would be amongst the worst that Europe sent here to get rid of, to kick out of Europe. They would have been here because of that reason. And it makes sense because their bloodline comes from that. They are descendants of the uncivilized mutts that Europe kicked out, the worst of the worst. They're prisoners, they're gangsters, they're killers, they're thugs, they're liars, they're thieves. They're the ones, their ancestors were the ones who were kicked out of the country and sent to the Americas. So it's in their blood to behave the way that they behave, you know, because all they do is project. They was talking about black people are the killers and they don't know how to act and they don't have any respect for the law and all of this stuff. And they are the worst of the worst. And not just in America, but around the world. That's right, I know you. I know you well, man. I studied you. Yeah. You don't stand for cold-blooded murderers, do you? Because that is what went down. You should be standing for quit taking weapons to school and don't provoke a fight if your intention is stabbing. Self-defense is not a crime, but you can't stand your ground in someone else's house. Stand your ground in someone else's house. I get it. You think that Austin Metcalf's house was the tent. You think that was his house. Or are you talking about the stadium? Or are you talking about the county? Or are you talking about the United States of America? Which one is it? All of the above. You have to stand for what is right. Karmelo was at an event he was banned from. Look how they just spew lies. And this is somebody who has an Asian handle. So I don't know if that's really an Asian, could be a bot. But of course he didn't have to follow any rules. He armed himself, premeditation in my book, and went away. And went anyway into an area he knew he was not supposed to be in, refused to leave, and then picked a fight and stabbed the person. Asked, you know what I'm saying? They just make up shit, just throwing anything out there. I do believe like a lot of these people, they don't really believe the stuff that they say, but they know psychologically that if they say stuff enough, it don't matter if it's true. It'll cause some people to doubt because most people are not certain in their beliefs. They're not absolute in their beliefs. Most people don't really have convictions. Most people, you can sway their opinions any way you want to with the slightest argument, the weakest argument. You can trick them into believing whatever it is that you want them to believe. On a daily basis, Trump tells the opposite of the truth. On a daily basis, even though he knows that the people know, he can know that millions of people know what the truth is, and Trump will still tell a lie. All you Trump supporters, y'all, that don't bother y'all? It don't bother y'all that Trump says the economy is doing well, and he says that gas prices are coming down, and every time you look up, they're still going up. It don't bother you that he says that the price of groceries are going down, and every time you go to the store, the prices continue to go up? That don't bother y'all? Absolutely it don't. It does not. It don't bother you because there's something wrong with you. No more talk.
Yep. No more talk from you, Democratic Shield. All right, what are your thoughts on what Young Miami said, Lady Shay?
I mean, it's one thing that you gotta stand with Karmelo as support, whatever. But it's late. It's very late. And it's after the fact. Like, what is that gonna do for the young man now? You know what I mean? Right. It's after the fact. Like, things that happened after the fact when they were present, they never tried to involve themselves in the beginning. They didn't show up. It's kind of like it's a little late, and what is that gonna help do? Because it's just fluff. It's like having extra lettuce on a Big Mac. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not gonna help if they're gonna great. Thank you, I guess, but what is that gonna do unless you go contribute some money to this motherfucking appeal process? It really don't matter at this point because people look at it for where were you in the beginning? If we're already at this spot at this point in time, you know, we can at least say we was reporting on it, talking about it. We was right there. We help move this situation along. Say no boozy. We have actual sign of actual timeline. So you know what I mean. So they can't really speak on it like that. But these people come in like late way after. Right. Is like it's already a week into change now. You know what I mean? So it almost doesn't really hold water. It's like okay, show the straight face, I guess, you know. That's how you say you gonna throw some bread behind the appeal process and you gonna give some advice of who's a junkyard motherfucking attorney that's gonna go after and move this case to the right direction. I mean, because you know he's gonna get punished somehow with some sort of time because he did the act. But in my opinion, 35 years is a bit excessive. When we see motherfuckers go down for the same thing but less, you know. I feel like it should have been a mistrial and then we get a retrial, but that's too late now. So whatever's gonna happen now, we just know it's gonna cost a lot of money and it's gonna take some pull, you know, to move things right. And so far, ain't nobody talking about what kind of pull they got politically to help move this along. You know what I mean? They're just saying whatever they're saying and try to be relevant in the moment, but it's not relevant. It's what you're gonna do now to help the situation, I guess. Because we can only do so much. We are the Black grassroots, but the Black grassroots that, you know, need a little bit of assistance from motherfuckers that got big ass platforms. They can talk to politicians. They can get in their ear. You know what I mean? Are you gonna do that, or you just gonna take it and say you stand with him, with the young man? That's kind of right there, you know.
Right. So you know the coons have something to say. What are you doing? So this coon on the screen got something he want to say, and then we got another coon, Stephen A. Smith, who had his take on the situation. I'm gonna play that next.
All right, because I don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna stay with you for the next two. Because I got a headache. Let's just carry on.
Know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got to tell them.
Well, for starters, it's very simple. Don't bring a knife to a track meet. It's crazy because she's out here acting like her boys are in danger because a black man or child, whatever, about to be 18, was found guilty for stabbing a white kid through the heart and killing him. So he was found guilty on murder for stabbing Austin Metcalf through the heart and killing him at a track meet with a knife he was not supposed to have at that track meet. He's acting like, what is she supposed to do about her boys?
Yeah.
Man, the biggest threat to your boys is not white people. It's other black boys, other black men. Around 9 out of 10 times a black man is murdered, he's murdered at the hands of another black person. Our criminal justice system is not out here targeting black people.
Yes,
she's overreacting to a situation that she does not need to be reacting to in this way. And it makes her look goofy, uneducated, ignorant, and stupid. I guess black parents need to teach their children about things like this because, yeah, you bring a knife to defend yourself, but now you're possibly going to jail for the rest of your life. He was not about to be beaten to death at that track meet, and there's no need for him to have a knife. But rather than acknowledging the uncomfortable truths and realities of the situation, we just want to claim and play victim. And what am I going to tell my boys now? Tell your boys to not bring knives to track meets. Tell your boys to hang around with good people, make good decisions. Don't sell drugs. Don't do drugs. Don't hang out with gangbangers. For them to go become a productive member of society who consistently brings value. There are a lot of things that she could be telling her boys.
Welcome to this latest edition of Straight Shooter with yours truly. Obviously, you have to be living under a rock to not know what that video is stemming from. It's stemming from a teen by the name of Karmelo Anthony being found guilty of first-degree murder in Texas and getting sentenced to 35 years in prison. And there's a lot of people raising holy hell about it because they think that the verdict is excruciatingly unfair. Karmelo Anthony is his name. He's 19 years of age. Was indicted on first-degree murder in a fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet in Frisco, Texas. This happened in April of 2025. Prosecutors called the stabbing senseless and plain and simple murder, while the defense argued that Anthony acted in self-defense. Following the announcement of the jury's sentencing of 35 years, Metcalf's parents spoke, and obviously people were in an uproar outside. And I'll get to all of that in a second outside the courthouse. To me, I've been very, very hesitant to comment on this because obviously all the facts, you want to make sure that you have all the facts in play and what have you. And upon reading about the facts, hearing what happened from witnesses, from what was they said, Karmelo Anthony told them what happened himself, and what information and what evidence was deduced, we're looking at the fact that he was sentenced to 35 years. What I'm getting tired of is folks coming to the situation a bit late. All of this noise that's being made about the verdict, how come the noise wasn't made from open and tap to make sure proper representation was provided? So therefore, we couldn't be sitting back after a sentencing of 35 years in prison was handed down, looking to correct the error of the court's ways in your mind. Let me state for the record and get this out the way right now. I am not happy that Karmelo Anthony got sentenced to 35 years. I'm not happy with the sentencing because I'm not happy with the makeup of the jury. 18 jurors, about 6 minorities, none of whom happen to be black. I don't believe that's being judged by a jury of your peers. Here's the reality, though. That's all I can say. That is all I can say. Karmelo Anthony murdered Austin Metcalf. There is no other way to slice it. How else do you explain, or can you explain? You at a track meet, appearing in a visitor's tent, Austin Metcalf and his brother, according to reports, come over to you asking you to leave because you're sitting under their tent. An argument ensues. Folks have said it spanned more than 5-6 minutes. Others said it went as long as 15. A two-hand shove is believed to have happened by one witness. Another witness said it was a one-hand shove. How does that justify Karmelo Anthony pulling out a knife and stabbing Austin Metcalf to death? How? How? Some would argue, what the hell were you doing at the track meet with a knife to begin with? Others would argue, it wasn't like you were in fear for your life. There were witnesses around. There were people around. At worst, they might have expected fisticuffs, if that. A matter of fact, one witness was quoted as hearing Austin Metcalf said, "I don't want to fight you. I don't want to fight you." But Karmelo Anthony saying, "Touch me, put your hands on me, and watch what happens." A witness, not a witness to the actual stabbing, but somebody who was in attendance in the immediate aftermath of the stabbing, reportedly, according to testimony, sworn testimony, on the stand said they went to Karmelo Anthony, who had jogged away from the area of the incident. They walked up to him and they said, "What happened?" He said he put his hands on me, as in Austin Metcalf. He put his hands on me, so I stabbed him. That's not justification for killing someone. I would give anything to be able to say something definitively in Karmelo Anthony's defense. If there was a shred of innocence to the incident itself, I would say so. I don't want to see a little black young man going to jail. But I don't give a damn what your race. I don't give a damn about what your race, your ethnicity is. Just because you're white and young doesn't mean you deserve to be murdered. And just because you're black and young with challenges that black folks face every single day doesn't give you a license to murder someone. That's what happened. Now, I know there's some people out there that's going to look at this.
This is why he's a raccoon.
And there's a lot of thoughts that's going to come to their mind. There's a lot of people that are in an uproar right now. Of course, when you talk about Frisco, Texas, you talk about stuff in the Dallas area, anybody with an incident like this is going to want to hear from Representative Jasmine Crockett. Obviously, she had a lot to say about this, and there are others who responded to what she had to say. Take a listen.
This wasn't someone who said, "Hey, let me stab you 5, 6, 7 times." And so when you're looking at the punishment range, there's a reason in Texas that it goes from 5 to 99 or life, because you are looking at how intentional, like how bad was this? 35 years for a kid who had decided to go under a tent that was not his team's tent as it was raining. The fact that there was little to no mercy seen or humanity seen when this black boy said that I was scared. or the fact that honestly, anybody else who did something with such a small object, all I know is that it wasn't considered unlawful carrying of a weapon because the blade was not long enough.
No accountability whatsoever. And y'all, you know, taking up for these police officers that's trained. That, do you know how different it is to be at a track meet and a guy say, move out of my tent, and he say, I don't want to fight you,
Officer Tatum,
and you stabbed him, compared to a police officer who people are trying to beat and kill? The crazy thing is that they know that that's how it is, but the white kid is trying to reason with him.
I don't know.
And end up stabbing him. When he know doggone well, if them white boys came under his tent at his school, people be like, well, man, you got to get up out this tent or we're going to start throwing blows. And they act like they victims,
for them,
knowing that they would have been fighting instead of talking in the first place.
To us, especially to teach our young Black boys, because we have definitely seen this in our community where the slightest of things has touched off something.
Just Jamelo the puke.
That can't be reversed.
That's
in
true.
Decision making and
That's
discernment and wisdom. And those are not easy conversations to have in a world that sees them the way that they do, but we have to have them to save them.
The first woman was Representative Jasmine Crockett out of Texas. The second was Officer Tatum, a popular podcaster who was just on this show recently debating someone on the liberal side. He's a conservative. And the last person was Jemele Hill, who's been in this business for many years, doing outstanding work as a reporter, first for ESPN and obviously now for The Athletic. Everybody has a point. This is not about both sides. No, this is not what that's about. I'm just speaking about what they said there. See, you're not going to hear me say that Karmelo Anthony didn't deserve to be convicted. You had no business having a knife at the incident. You damn sure had no business pulling it out. And you damn sure had no business stabbing somebody in the heart, the chest, right ventricle, or what they said. You had no business doing that. Over an argument? For what? One incident ruined the rest of your life. You were crying after the verdict. You were crying approaching and re-entering the courtroom for sentencing. Because obviously if you had to do it all over again, it's the last thing you would do. Why? So nobody is trying to absolve him from the heinous act that he committed. But listening to Representative Jasmine Crockett, I would ask an Officer Tatum or anybody else to pay attention to the specificity of what she said in this regard. She's talking about the 35-year sentencing. She's not touching on his innocence or guilt. And the reason why you touch on the 35-year sentencing, remember, she's licensed to practice law in Texas and Arkansas and federally, so she'd have a clue about what she's talking about. The reason why she brought this up is because of the case of Case and Allison. May not have heard that name before, but this person, Case and Allison, who obviously is not Black, I should say obviously, but is not Black, was sentenced to 10 years in prison after a 2022 stabbing at Belton High School that killed 18-year-old Jose Ramirez during a bathroom fight. This is also in Texas. But Allison was not convicted of murder. A jury instead found him guilty of criminally negligent homicide, a much lower level offense under Texas law. So what you're having is a situation where the law in Texas allows you to impose a sentencing of anywhere from, 5 years to 40 years or whatever it is. Whereas when it's criminally negligent homicide, that's a far lesser charge. So what they're saying is it's a similar incident. And if the incidents were similar, why is one sentenced for 10 years and the other is for 35? See, that's the discussion we should be having. At least one of them. The discussion we should be having is, are we supposed to be judged by a jury of our peers?
I ain't see a black person on that jury. They said minorities. What kind of minorities? Asians? Native Americans? Hispanics? What? I didn't see any black people on that jury. That's about it. Outside of that, Karmelo Anthony has no hat to hang on. Has no hat to hang on. You can slice it any way you want to. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Exactly, Black Joe.
But what Jasmine Crockett was bringing up is a point worth considering. Why was it this criminally negligent homicide as opposed to first-degree murder? In the days to come, I'm certainly going to have somebody on the air with me to explain the difference and why one was such a case and one was not. One was first-degree murder and the other was negligent homicide. Why? When both involved stabbing incidents. Why? That's about it. Those are the two arguments. Those are the two arguments. I'm going to repeat it again. Criminally negligent homicide compared to first-degree murder. One involving a 10-year sentence, the other involving a 35-year sentence. Obviously, Karmelo Anthony getting the stiffer of the two. And the other is the makeup of the jury. That's it. Anything else that we're talking about, anything else we're arguing about, anything else we're going back and forth about, got to pay attention. You got to stop it. Because it gets into a more deeply rooted problem. So many times we look at certain situations and we ask ourselves, why do we continue to go through this? Because the system is against us. This ain't the argument. This ain't the time to make that argument. You were at a track meet. And at that track meet, you have an abundance of people around. Your life wasn't in danger. You might have tried to make the argument about self-defense. It wasn't holding water with the jury, who came back with a verdict in 3 hours. 3 hours. That's all it took for them to come back with a verdict. And the same jury was the one that handed down sentencing. So the issue is with the jury, and the issue is with the stiffness of the penalty. My point is, I'm watching everybody out there now, and everybody wants to make noise now. Where was the noise before? Activist, other lawyers, supporters, politicians, etc. Where the hell was everybody earlier? Because I didn't see it. The time to make the argument about the jury, the time to make the argument about his representation, the time to make the argument about the flagrant unfairness of the system, meaning the charges that were levied against him, there should have been a lot more noise. Should have been a lot more noise. I'm not saying there was no noise. I'm not saying nobody was saying anything. I'm saying there should have been a lot more noise. That's not what happened. And now here we are. We're in a situation that you simply can't get around. You know what really hits home for me? I think it would hit home for any parent who sends their child to high school, is fully aware that they're competing in track, and then get a call or a knock at the door, and they're told that their child is never, ever coming home again, that he's died. I think the father of Austin Metcalf, Jeff Metcalf, put it in a way any parent would feel when he said this right here. According to the article, said that his son's death destroyed the person he used to be. Quote, people think grief is sadness. It is not. It is rage. Pure, unfiltered rage. He said as he slammed his fist on a table. Pure, unfiltered rage. What parent wouldn't feel that way? You come home and you learn that you've lost your son. This is the kind of stuff that goes on. Who else feel differently? So when you see people out there and they're making a whole bunch of noise and they're going off as if the system has done some grave injustice, they're still talking about the guy that's alive with a 35, albeit with a 35-year sentence. You're not taking into consideration the parent that's going to have his son that's never going to see his son again. Jeffrey Mead, I think he's a conservative voice. I see him online sometimes. He had a response to all of that. I want you to listen to this.
You need to be ashamed. You need to be ashamed. Because that's $20 that was in there.
Notice what it was about. She said, you guys ought to be ashamed because that was one of y'all's that was in there. Meaning the Black law enforcement officers ought to be ashamed because a Black boy was just convicted of murder after he stabbed somebody through the heart and killed them. What you just watched is the reason most Black people just simply are ignoring that reality. They're siding with Karmelo Anthony simply because he's Black. That's it. Think about why she said they ought to be ashamed, because that's one of yours in there. She wasn't saying, hey, was this the right verdict that the jury came to? I mean, I don't even know why she's shaming police officers or state troopers. I don't know if they were police officers or state troopers. Either way, it was about the fact that they're Black, he's Black. That means you should be on his side and you shouldn't be helping enforcing any laws around this place. This is why you see Black people in many cases around the country losing their mind right now, because they're automatically siding with Karmelo Anthony because he's Black. If roles were reversed, exact same case, set of facts, they would then want the conviction. Then they'd be saying a Black boy was murdered at the hands of a white boy and that white boy needs to be held accountable. That's what they would be saying. Because again, it's not actually about the facts, what's true, what's fair. It's about siding with Black people and Black people not getting the short end of the stick, or in reality, just being held accountable. This is one of our problems, because when you're this pro-Black, no matter what, it hijacks your ability to reason. And you say dumb things, you do stupid things, you run yourself out of opportunities, you lack accountability. This is one of Black Americans' biggest problems. And overall, our biggest problem in the country right now is this. But when you say that, you get called a coon, a Sambo. Many of us don't like to hear the harsh reality. And the harsh reality is Black people have to be better. Black people siding with other Black people simply because they're Black is what makes Black Americans, and honestly, the laughing stock of all of the races. They just don't do it to your face.
Jeffrey Mead, I believe that's your name. Before I say anything in direct response to what you just articulated, I don't know you. I think you're conservative or whatever, and that's fine. I would ask you to be a little bit more sensitive. As Black people, let's stop talking as if Black people have never suffered in this country. That we don't have a reason to be suspect and to raise the proverbial eyebrow. Like the system is always just, and the system always has done right by us. And we've never been victimized, because that's how you sound, my brother. I'm just saying dumb, saying folks are dumb, and saying folks, all of this other negative stuff that you used earlier in the quote. Relax. See, one of the things that Black conservatives are going to have to come to a realization about is that the manner in which you communicate and you present yourself and the arguments that you make sometimes emanate from your own victimhood. You go at liberals or people with liberal or left-leaning thinking because of the manner in which you're talked about as a conservative. I get it. I don't think you deserve it. We know I've been called sellout, coon, all of this other stuff. The second I disagree with black folks, I get it. But what I'm saying to you is that part of the reason you come at black folks that you disagree with in the same manner is because they've done it to you, because your ideological tilt or your way of seeing things might be different. Two wrongs don't make a right. That's all I'm saying. Don't know you, respect your work that I see online, and I ain't trying to disrespect you. I'm just saying, let's throw a heightened level of sensitivity. There are a lot of people in the black community that have been traumatized from an historical perspective because of the system we've lived under and because of personal incidents that have happened in our lives involving law enforcement and beyond that would make us a bit reticent and apprehensive and suspicious about anything emanating from the court system. Let's just be sensitive to that. In the same breath, being sensitive to that lets everybody understand. Jeffrey Mead had points that are valid. We can't be so emotional that we're ignoring the facts. The fact is, Karmelo Anthony pulled out a knife, stabbed and killed another young man just because he was asked to leave a tent that he wasn't supposed to be in or under, although he was there just to get away from the rain. He wasn't supposed to be there. Now, that didn't give Austin Metcalf or anybody else the right to put their hands on him, to shove him. But it doesn't warrant a killing. And because that's what ended up happening, and he's 6 feet under, it's probably why a jury felt justified in giving him 35 years and giving Karmelo Anthony 35 years in prison. I don't think the sentencing is right because I don't think it's consistent with the other killing that took place in 2022 involving the Allison character. You get 10 years, criminal negligent homicide. I'd like to know why that was the case against Allison, but it was first-degree murder against Karmelo Anthony. We got to at least ask that question. We can't be so cynical on both sides of the ideological tilt that, you know what, if you're a leftist, they some racist bastards, they don't give a damn, the system is rigged, and the hell with everybody. And if you on the right, damn it, when black people gonna stop killing black people? Well, damn it, white people kill white people. Hispanics kill Hispanics. People are usually getting killed in the areas where they reside and by the people they're surrounded by. That's where most killings take place. Now, it disproportionately affects us because we're a true minority in this country. We only make up 13.6% of the population. The dominant minority is now Hispanics. The white community still makes up about 57% of the population. I get it. There's a more profoundly detrimental effect that it has on us. So we do need to be concerned. And it can't just be when law enforcement is messing with us. It can't just be when ICE is messing with us. It's got to be about us too. We need to care about preserving lives and not losing lives, no matter who's taking it from us. Our vigilance needs to be consistent, preferably before acts take place as opposed to after. But in the end, the truth is the truth. As an outsider, not living in Texas, empathetic to the makeup of the jury, which I don't believe was a jury of Karmelo Anthony's peers. I don't like the fact that he was charged and ultimately convicted of first-degree murder, as opposed to criminally negligent homicide or something of a lesser charge. I don't like that. That's the reality. And as we sit here, before I get on out of here, and we think about and contemplate the kind of points that we've been talking about, I want to read something that one of my boys sent to me. He was on my sports show the other day, just visiting. His name is Champ. I don't want to take credit away because it's something that he's been following. He's been following the case. He's very passionate about it. And he said something that I want to read. What bothers me is that when these high-profile cases happen, too many people seem to show up after the fact. If the concern was truly about justice for the young person involved, then there should have been honest conversations from the very beginning about the facts of the case, the actions that took place, and what the appropriate consequences should be. Instead, once a verdict is reached or a sentence is handed down, suddenly activists, politicians, media personalities, and attorneys rush to the front of the conversation. At that point, it can start to look less like it is about the individual and more like it's about publicity, influence, politics, or money. What I'm saying to you, bro, is that when a case becomes high profile and attorneys, activists, and organizations get involved after the fact, the question has to be asked whether the focus is really on a young person or whether it's about creating a larger narrative. My concern is not whether someone is black, white, Democrat, or Republican. My concern is whether we are being honest about what happened. If someone is innocent, then fight for their innocence. If someone is guilty, then acknowledge that reality while still advocating for fairness, due process, and equal treatment under the law. What concerns me is when every case immediately becomes a racial issue, a political issue, a gender issue, or an ideological issue before people are willing to examine the facts. When that happens, justice can become secondary to the narrative. Too often, it feels like people are looking for opportunities to make a case fit a broader political agenda instead of focusing on the actual circumstances surrounding the situation. That was such a profound statement by him. I wanted to make sure that I took no credit, that I gave it to where it deserves. Champ said that, not me. He's 1,000% right. He's 1,000% right. There are advocates who are not focusing on that. Next Generation Action Network, the advocacy group out of Texas. The Next Generation Action Network is outraged by today's jury selection process in the Karmelo Anthony trial. The prosecution used its final strikes to remove the remaining qualified black jurors from the jury pool, raising serious concerns about fairness and equal justice. We respect the court, but we will not remain silent. The Next Generation Action Network will continue monitoring this case and informing the public every step of the way. Every person deserves a fair trial and confidence that justice is being administered without bias. We are calling on the court to ensure Mr. Anthony's constitutional rights are fully protected. That was written on June 3rd, just over a week ago. So a week later, Karmelo Anthony has now been convicted of first-degree murder. His life, without question, completely ruined. We can fight for a better jury. We can fight for justice, but not without asking ourselves, particularly in this case, what is justice? Are we really going to sit here and act like he should just be allowed to go home? And that he should not have to worry about spending any time in jail when, because of an argument where nothing more than a shove took place, an individual is dead because Karmelo Anthony stabbed him in the heart? We can't go there, ladies and gentlemen, no matter what. And keep in mind, as a last nugget of information, the murder charge carried a sentence of 5 years to life in prison. The state agreed to allow jurors to consider, quote unquote, sudden passion as an argument, which, if proven, would have limited the sentence from 2 to 20 years, according to the station WFAA. The defense argued that Anthony was overwhelmed by a strong emotion and acted before having time to calm down. The jury was allowed to take that into consideration, and they still came back with a guilty verdict for first-degree murder. And then within hours came back with another verdict, sentencing him to 35 years in prison. Violence isn't the answer. And under no circumstances, outside of true life-threatening self-defense, should it be justified. Karmelo Anthony's life was not in jeopardy. There were people around. Not a punch was thrown, according to reports. It was a shove, precipitated by Karmelo Anthony saying, "Touch me and watch what happens." And then he told the coach that ran up to him and asked him what happened. He said, "He touched me, so I stabbed him." I'd love for there to be a where Austin Metcalf wasn't dead, where Karmelo Anthony wasn't charged with first-degree murder.
He got the tap.
Where he didn't have a knife at a track meet. But that's not what happened. And he's paid with it for all intent and purposes, with the next 35 years of his life being spent behind bars, although he is eligible for parole after serving half of that sentence, which would be 17 and a half years. Chances are, at a parole hearing, 17 and a half years from now, ladies and gentlemen, assuming Karmelo Anthony spends that amount of time in prison, because the verdict isn't overturned on appeal or anything like that, chances are, if still alive, Jeff Metcalf, Austin's father, will be in attendance for that parole hearing, doing everything he can to deny Karmelo Anthony any shred of leniency. And I'll end by asking this simple question. Could you blame him?
Fuck him. And fuck you, Stephen A. Smith. Oh, my God. Oh, that fucking Conan. I'm about to end it, y'all.
Crazy work right there. That's diabolical.
All right, that's Lady Tay before we end this.
No, because I think you said it. Stephen A. Smith, like he's always done something like to upset the balance of our fucking natural chi. And like, why you have to even say it? Why do you even have to bring that up? Like, you know what I mean? But I don't even want to say. I don't even want to talk about it no more because I mean, like, at least for right now, because I think that like, God, man, like, can you be further away from us on our perspective? And it kind of just goes into what he was saying. You know what I mean? But he does that that enemy to us type shit. You know what I mean? Like, he does that. He's not being fair and impartial. He's doing what he does. He says lots of puppetry shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's being contrary.
And he's saying second, third hand fucking opinions like we are. So what's the difference? How's that any different?
It's not.
It's not. So then he's gonna be like, you gonna be there to, tell him no. Well, Jesus Christ, you can't, like 17 years. You don't think he'd be dead because they don't take care of themselves well.
Right.
Like he gonna be right there. God damn, Stephen A. Jesus.
His power chair and his wheelchair.
Yeah, he could be there shaking his finger and talking racial shit only 17 years later. Like, don't let him out. I mean, if it's not him, then it's gonna be his goddamn brother. So like, Jesus, like, who was thinking 17 years ahead of time at the parole hearing? We're thinking about right now. He's like, he gonna be right there, wagging his finger, telling him every reason he should stay in there. Like, wow, Stephen A. Smith.
Well, he's a damn tether, so I can't be too surprised.
Jesus. Everybody stay black and dangerous. And sorry about the stream. We don't know what happened, but whatever happened, they was hating. So we just have to tighten up and tighten up better, and not let these people come in and just try to take down the stream of empowerment because they don't like what's being said. You know. I don't think it had anything to do with anything. If they're reporting on a link to a link to something that we didn't even open up on screen, that's ridiculous too. Because what does that mean? That mean everything in our description can has to be like looked at. Like, come on, people put links in descriptions and stuff like that. What's the difference between that and this and putting one in the chat? No difference. It's just they don't want the militancy of it all, and it's contrarian to why did I say so or whatever, whoever owns the fucking platform. Just keep in mind, Black Curly, we do not own YouTube. We are only subjected to their rules and regs. Even we all agree. You know, we just gotta try to keep it kosher, keep it cute with the fucking channel. or else.
Might not say so.
Right.
All right. Thank y'all for tapping in. This is going to conclude season 6, episode 30, part 2 of the Frontline Black News.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Or thank you for letting me up.
Lady Shay, yes.
See you guys tomorrow.
Or later on today now.
Yeah.
After City Council for Frontline Black News, season 6, episode 30, part 3 or part 3. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And shout out to everybody that tapped in. I'm just going to name the people that's on this stream. Black Joe, appreciate you coming through. Shout out to Michael for always coming through. Shout out to Sister Val Hawkins for coming through. And I think that's it that showed up on this stream.
Anita.
Well, that was on the other. But yeah, shout out to Sister Anita for coming through. Shout out to Vets United.
Young
Riaz. Frank. Oh, Cardenas.
Yep. Shabaka.
That chick you got into it with, Lala. Go on.
Oh my God. Well, I didn't do it, man. They came in there with that energy. You know, they come in here like that, and I am who I am. I'm not changing nothing.
Right.
And I didn't do nothing wrong. So if somebody comes accusing me of not being pro-black and bashing black women, that's ridiculous. Not me.
Right.
That's not me. That's not me at all. Like, especially in public. That sure as hell ain't me. I don't like certain individuals, but they know what they did for that to happen, and I didn't bring nobody up. So we were just talking about whatever's happening on the screen. So I feel like, you know, persecuted a little bit, but I'm over it. I checked it. You know?
Dynamite. And punk ass trolls that got the stream shut down, and anybody that was peeking and not speaking. I think I got everybody.
Yeah, that's the one thing I gotta say. You know, this is part of my this is like my platform too. You know, so it doesn't matter what anybody think. Like I'll say whatever's on my spirit at the moment. But in reality, in all sense of the word, I love black people. I love black women, black children, black people, black men. You know what I mean? Just pro-black all day. So if you do it wrong, you just do it wrong. Sometimes you got to be told you're doing wrong.
Right. So appreciate y'all tapping in. This is going to conclude season 6, episode 30, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. We'll see y'all later on after City Council. So peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, and separations in Black empowerment. Shane Crewman, Lady Chase, signing off in the Mile High Income and the Legal Migrant for the City. We'll see y'all later on for part 3. Peace.
That's it, Council. Peace.